editor at Journal of the ISRS. Dr. Vidudalai Virumbi, founder, Honey Bay Population Healthcare Foundation, former scientist D, Government of Tamil Nadu. Mr. Praveen Kolhe, Deputy Secretary and Superintending Engineer, Water Resources Department, Government of Maharashtra. Dr. Sunil Titi, Director, IC Government of Kerala. Welcome, sir. Mr. Srinivasan Ravindran, Program Head, IC Government of Kerala. Then Professor Roshan Srivastava, Project Director, IIT Tirupati Navavishkar iHub Foundation, NMICPS, DST, Government of India. And I will also like to welcome our Principal Investigator, Professor Kannan Modgalya, Professor, Department of Chemical Engineering, IIT Bombay, and the Principal Investigator of the FOSSI project. I will also like to welcome Professor Pennan Chinnaswamy from the Center for Technology Alternatives for Rural Areas, IIT Bombay, co-PI and the project lead of the GIS initiatives under the FOSSI project, and also professor in charge of the Rudra Lab. I will also like to welcome Professor Anand Rao, head of Sitara, that is the Center for Technology Alternatives and for Rural Areas. I will also welcome all the faculty members, HODs, and other staff members who have joined from IIT Bombay. And also, finally, all the participants who have joined online as well as offline for this faculty development program. Finally, I would like to thank the funding agency, National Mission of Education through ICT, Ministry of Education, Government of India, for funding this event and making this happen. So I welcome you all and thank you all for joining.
I request Professor Kannan to give a small memento to our chief guest. So now we will go to the next session. So a talk by Professor Kannan. Sir wants to deliver a speak at the end of the session. You want to give any introductory remarks? If you want to share any.
Couple of words. Thank you very much. IIT Bombay continues with B for having me here in this important program, this faculty-run program on geospatial technologies. I believe that a couple of years before, it used to be engineering and agriculture used to be two different entities. But in 21st century on date, we are to be on the same platform. I believe, what brought me here to this meeting today and what convinced me that I should be here is that I have said that our university is a reform-ready university. Couple of, maybe a decade before, used to be those very tough lines. Now, when I say reform-ready university means that wherever we believe that there are institutions, organizations, and individuals who are stronger in capacity, we must collaborate with them and we must learn from them. That's what brought me here. And then already we are in collaboration with many of the IITs around the country. The second very important reason for me to be here is that we have declared set a new vision for our university. Of course, we have been talking since 1950s, 1947, something about doing agriculture and meeting kind of, food deficit, those requirements. India was a food deficit country, and the focus was there. But now we say that we want to be an innovation-led farm university. So why? Because we understand the problems and the challenges facing to the majority of the people in this country, because it is an agrarian country. We are an agriculture-driven country, and all of us who are here in this hall and those who are listening, and 1.5 billion people or 1.4 billion people are happy when they have a very good meal and a very good breakfast in the mornings, and then they have the lunch and the dinners, and that comes from the soil, the land, and the people and the persons behind them. And we have traveled a bit of a distance, brought the country out of that hunger and the poverty. Now is the time that we collaborate with the institutions like the uh, IITs and of the institutions who can help we to take this agriculture to the next level. So I'm very pleased to be here in this session, and especially this geospatial technology, so tremendous applications in agriculture. Maybe I would be speaking at a later time, and I wish you success to this program, both the policy program and this, such programs in education technology, which the country is looking for. So thank you very much again, guys, having me here, and hope that we have some very fruitful discussions during the course of the deliberations of this event. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir, for the introductory remarks. So now I welcome our principal investigator, Professor Kannan Moudgalya, to deliver a talk on collaborative course content creation through FOSSEE.
So that link is not okay. Hmm? Yeah, that's the afternoon. So is it okay? I think I should. I should. Yeah, is it okay now? Good morning. Good morning, Professor Nazir, Dr. Sunil, Srinivas, Sir Pennan, Professor Anandrao, participants here, and dignitaries and participants from remote locations. It's a real pleasure to invite you all to this presentation. And of course, about this activity, this is the Geospatial Mapathon that is getting started today. So I'm going to give a talk on collaborative content creation through FOSSEE. FOSSEE stands for Free and Open Source Software for Education. Actually, the ministry initially told us to have a focus. So we said free and open source software for engineering education. That's why double E's are there. Then later on, the ministry thought that we were doing well. Then they asked us to include sciences. Then we used to call science and engineering. Then they said, why don't you take up the entire sector? So we dropped that. We just said free and open source software for education. So this is the outline of my talk. I'll give a brief background. And then I will talk about construction of the pyramids through this collaborative content creation, through spoken tutorial and FOSSEE. And I'll talk about other pyramids of excellence. Dr. Abdul Kalam taught us to dream for a developed India. And two approaches to achieve the dream. One is through institutions of eminence, which is top down, or by raising the level of every motivated student and institution, which is bottom up. And we are going to talk about the second one. I mean, the top one, first one everybody knows about. Our focus is, our approach is by following the second method, try to raise the levels of every motivated student and institution. Our claim is that we can use open source software as a tool to realize this dream. In fact, Dr. Kalam asked us to use open source software. If you visit our website, fossee.in, we actually display that. Let me just give it open. So this is our website, fossee.in, wherein we quote Dr. Abdul Kalam prominently. Okay, now what about flaws and FOSSEE? What is this word flaws? Actually, we used to call it FOSS, and then there was a question about this. FOSS stands for free and open source software. Then the question was, does it free stand for freedom or free of cost? To indicate that it indeed denotes freedom, added this word, qualifying thing called liber. So making it clear that we are talking about freedom. And so it is called as flaws by some people, including purists. Okay. As I already told, FOSSEE is free and open source software for education. Well, actually, we should have called it FLOSSEE, but then we had already coined this and created a logo and so on, so we didn't change that. So we stayed with FOSSEE. There are four freedoms that come with flaws. Freedom to use the code as it is, to distribute the code as it is, to modify the code and use and distribute the modified code. So these are four freedoms that come with this open source software. Why flaws? We can use it legally, free of cost, including industry. In fact, during COVID time, this became a problem because licensed software, that is commercial software, had to be accessed through VPN. By the way, open source software, flaws, also has license, but they don't need a licensed server. Whereas these commercial software require licensed servers, and it was very difficult when students were outside the college campus trying to access the commercial software through VPN, for example. It created a lot of problems. It also allows learners to become better programmers. It's like saying you have a car, you tell the mechanic you can't open the hood, but you have to repair it. How will that person do it? Okay. It's free of cost to the industry. And of course, I'm not taking a purist view and say that don't use commercial software. There might be instances where you might have to use. For example, you have a, for example, we promote Scilab in a big way. Scilab is an alternative to MATLAB. But at the same time, if there is a conference coming up and a faculty member wants to use a toolbox in MATLAB because the results are important to publish the paper, we say go ahead. But that doesn't mean that you should use MATLAB for classroom purposes, to draw 2D plot, 3D plot, to do FFT, to solve differential equations, so on and so forth. For many of these things, Scilab is good enough. So we say that use proprietary software only when absolutely necessary. Otherwise, use FLOSS or open source software. In fact, we have recently started in our initiative to promote FreeCAD, which is an alternative to AutoCAD. AutoCAD is available free of cost to colleges, okay, absolutely free of cost to the students. But when they go to the industry, they find that they have to pay for it. In fact, I was told that a license to use AutoCAD in a small industry is about 1 lakh per year per person. May not be too much, but they might have 10 people who are doing it. So it comes to about 10 lakh per year for a small company. That becomes too prohibitively expensive. So there are times we must use, we could use proprietary software, but use it sparingly. That is the message I would like to give. What are the objectives of FOSSEE? Replace proprietary or commercial software with FLOSS, save institutional and government money, increase the use of FLOSS in education, create collaborative content through students and faculty across the country, and enable freedom in software usage. These are the software systems we promote. We promote Scilab for general computation, Python for general computation, OpenFOAM. By the way, GIS is not there. I think it's probably an older slide. Comparatively, GIS work we started a little later. DWSIM for chemical process simulation, OpenModelica, general purpose modeling, R statistics, and then we have eSIM, OSDAG, Linux, Focal. Focal is for graphics and animation. These two are developed at IIT Bombay, eSIM and OSDAG. Here is the commercial versus FLOSS equivalent. Okay, I told you the theme of my talk is to create collaborative content by people, users of FLOSS across the country, and through them and through this process construct pyramids of excellence. You don't just create it and leave it there, and there is an objective in doing that. Okay. First layer of pyramid, we are talking about a large country. India is a very large country with lots of people. We have to train millions of students. So can we train them through spoken tutorial? This is what we started with. So in other words, spoken tutorial is another project which I am introducing for the first time. It is used to provide base level training to a lot of students. And then they will come forward and take up some of the activities of FOSSEE and move up. So this is the theme. What are spoken tutorials? These are 10-minute long audio video tutorials for IT training. These are created for self-learning. This is the key phrase here, self-learning. The problem we have in India is we have a large number of students, and many of them, and we have all kinds of institutions, and in so-called elite institutions, there are very few seats. Okay, so most of the students end up at other institutions, and in many of those institutions, they don't necessarily have access to good teachers, good resources, but the students may be motivated. I in fact jokingly say that in some places students are smarter than teachers. Okay, we have unfortunate situation of that type. So under those circumstances, can we at least provide them material suitable for self-learning? So the students who are motivated enough can pick up and learn by themselves. So that's why we said that we designed spoken tutorial for the purpose of, from the point of view of self-learning, should be suitable for self-learning. In fact, we almost give a guarantee that it is suitable for self-learning. These are dubbed into 22 plus languages. We dub into all our languages, even in a language that is not spoken by many people, namely Sanskrit, which is one of our 22 languages. We have 300 tutorials dubbed into them, into Sanskrit. These are 10-minute long audio video tutorials. So we have a large number of, we have about 50 courses available through spoken tutorials, and we have about 1,500 tutorials totally in English, for example, and dubbed into several languages. And depending on the requirement, I told you in Sanskrit, we have dubbed 300 tutorials, not all the 1,500. In Hindi, we might have dubbed about 1,000 tutorials. And that way, we have dubbed tutorials into various languages. These are usable offline. In fact, this is something that we had decided right in the beginning, but during the COVID, it became very useful when students didn't have access to bandwidth. So they could download. In fact, the problem was there were people who had bandwidth, but very low bandwidth. Okay, poor bandwidth. So it was very difficult for synchronous education. So our tutorials are suitable for asynchronous education. That means even with poor quality bandwidth, you can download over a period of time, overnight, and then use it, let's say next morning, asynchronously. These are usable offline. They cover only open source software, as I mentioned earlier. We have trained 82 lakh students in 10 years. We also have a, of course, the government said, Ministry of Education said that we should be on our own. And since 2020, we are on our own. This project is not funded by the ministry. We collect a small subscription fee from the users, institutional subscription, and it has benefited them immensely. At present, we train about 8 lakh students a year. Okay, let's move on. So use this. It is created for self-learning, dubbed into our local languages, usable offline, available only in open source software. So that means we are not forcing people to buy any commercial software. They can learn open source software and learn some nice things. Through this, we train a lot of people. And then, so these students, after training, aim for more. They say, what do I do next? So we motivate and help them go to the next level, make them creators. We tell them it is not enough. You don't have to be just recipient of this. Why don't you also create? Why don't you also contribute? Yeah. So, and those students who come to the next level, they form the second layer of the pyramid. For example, Scilab textbook companions, flow sheets, circuits, case studies, and so on. These are all activities carried out by the FOSSEE project. Okay, I'll go through some of them. In the meantime, let me just show in our website some of the software that we promote: Scilab, Python, eSIM, OSDAG, DWSIM, OpenFOAM. DWSIM is chemical process simulation. OSDAG is steel structure design. OpenFOAM is for computational fluid dynamics. In fact, I have a slide on this. In fact, this is something that well, I shouldn't be going there because we don't have time for that. I have a slide. I will explain this later. How this played a major role. This field played a major role in computational fluid dynamics and in the testing of Agni missile, and how Dr. Abdul Kalam became known as a missile man. So it has a very interesting story. I'll talk about it later. eSIM is electronic circuit simulation. This for circuit design. Python and Scilab are general purpose languages. OpenModelica is a modeling and simulation platform. This is a hardware platform. Arduino is an open source microcontroller. we have a single board heater system. R is an amazing alternative to SPSS. This is where we have QGIS. So in fact, all our GIS work is based on QGIS and other related open source software. You will hear more about it, so I will not talk about it. So Focal is for graphics and animation. Soul is for science subjects. So these are all the things that science software that we promote. I will go back to. Now I talked about textbook companion. Let me talk about textbook companions on flaws. I will illustrate it using specific software, Scilab. Okay. What is this textbook companion? So we started this project, textbook, in fact, the spoken tutorial project in which we are training 8 lakh students a year, we started as a documentation project for open source software. Okay. So I create this and then using that one can learn. So it's a documentation, but it became a training program. We started another documentation project through the FOSSEE project, wherein we said, I need a lot of people. We have very good open source software. We will not try to create many open source software, but can we support what is already available? So unfortunately for open source software, the problem is lack of documentation. So how do we use documentation? So can the students create documentation? And unfortunately, students are not known to create good documents. In fact, they can't even write comments. So we said we will solve the inverse problem. What is it? They will give code. They are good in creating code for existing documents. For students, documents are textbooks. So take a standard textbook. So for solved problems, give Scilab code. Typically in a book, you might have about 100 problems. If you do it for all 100 problems, it becomes a companion for the textbook. If you do it for many books, in fact, we have done it for many books. I have some numbers here. The FOSSEE team verifies this code, gives certificates and honoraria. The code gets uploaded onto the FOSSEE portal for everybody to use. We have 634 textbooks already coded, 1 lakh examples already coded by, these are all solved examples, but we have given Scilab code, given by students across the country. About students from about 1,000 colleges contributed to this. Okay, these code are available here. I will just quickly illustrate it. So for example, let me take, so all the 1 lakh examples are here, code are here. So let me take a specific example from my field, control systems, automatic controls. I'm not going to ask you any questions, so don't worry about it. So let me take frequency domain analysis. And this select example, I'm going to take body plot. The moment I select that code appears. So I execute, it runs on the cloud and gives the result. Of course, if there are control students, I would ask, what are these margins? What will happen if I change the numbers? So let me change that. This is known as system gain. I'm going to change the 2,500 into 5,000. I've doubled it. What will happen to the margins? Turns out the margins will come down. You can see the margins have come down. The plot is all created once again, body plot. So you can see who is the contributor. So this is a student from NITK Surathkal, and one can download the entire thing. So you see that all the 1 lakh examples coded here are available for public to use, modify and simulate, modify and execute as a part of the classroom instruction, for example. And not only that, the students who create are recognized. The name is here and it is being used by people all over the world. Okay. In fact, I know people who are asked, why should I give you a TA-ship? How do I know that you are good in programming? They said, go and see the Scilab textbook companion. It's on the FOSSEE website. They saw that and got the TA-ship. Okay. So that's just an example. Okay. Of course, you can do a search against this. You say that I want to do partial fraction expansion, find the command for that from Google search, and then go search for that in the 1 lakh examples. It will list all the examples. Then you can take the, choose an example from a book that you are familiar with, run it, modify it, and give it to your students so that you have set a problem of your own. Okay, you can do all those things. And we do this for all the other software as well. We also have a lab migration by college teachers. In fact, we would welcome faculty members who are here to migrate their labs based on commercial GIS systems to QGIS. That our team will be very happy to invite you to participate. So we have lab migration from commercial software to open source software. And some are here. So I'm going to go a little more quickly because if you want to see, we can see that, but many of them are available through our FOSSEE website. So I can go faster without going through this. We promote eSIM, electronic circuit design. It has we have the potential to become the largest design center, largest circuit design center, including VLSI and other even bigger circuits. It's a great employment opportunity for our children. Okay, so this is something such circuits can be created using. We have 500 electronic circuits by students. Remember, this is the second layer of the platform. People contribute various things. Using that software, they have created this. DWSIM is a chemical process flow sheet, and I'll just show quickly. Okay, there is a LinkedIn article. So one can go through this and say what are the things that students have developed. Once again, you can see that these are all what are the colleges wherein students contributed and so on. So it is we try to recognize the contributors. We promote GIS through QGIS. The very first one was endorsed by the Honorable Prime Minister, and then we had we did a national level collaborative Indian mapping event, jointly organized it with ISRO and AICT. We had 5,000 teams, about 10,000 people, 650 submissions received, 500 submissions selected out of that, 25 champions and 125 winning teams. And I'm sure that many of them have done exceedingly well, and maybe our GIS team can give details of some of those people. So next layer of the pyramid, cloud solutions, hackathon output, because hackathon I didn't mention here because this is a little more challenging, maybe even software development. We promote computational fluid dynamics, as I mentioned. OpenFOAM is an alternative to Fluent. These are some pictures generated by OpenFOAM. This is the story I was referring to earlier. Dr. Kalam was denied wind tunnel testing of Agni missile. They had gone all the way to Berlin. They were, in fact, next morning they were going to do it, but they were told in the previous night not to permit. So he returned to India and he found that CFD could be used, and then it turned out that we required supercomputers to run the CFD. Software was there, but supercomputers, those were also denied. Then he found out that Professor Deshpande of IISc came up with an algorithm 10 times faster, and so the existing supercomputers were good enough. So OpenFOAM, it's a strategic area, strategic software, I would say. It is used extensively by VARC, ISRO, and DRDO labs, of course, academic institutions. It is also used by institutions like CFD, computational fluid dynamics, is used by companies like Crompton Greaves to design their fan, okay, also by car companies, okay, to set up a nice flow profile. So we have, I said 120, I think it is a lot more. This is being headed by Professor Janani Muralidharan in mechanical engineering, and you can see, yeah, 120. I think at present, this was the LinkedIn article, but if you go to FOSSEE website, through this, you go to open form and you go to case study project. It talks about case study project, how one participates and so on. Here is a completed case study. You can see 147. Since the time I created the slide, use that slide, many more have come. Okay. I forgot to tell that in chemical engineering flow sheets, out of 230, quite a few have come from Latin America. In fact, we conducted a workshop. They sat through the night because they wanted to know how to use DWSim, which is an open source software. Okay, they were there till 6 o'clock morning their time, all night. They joined and did that. So this is something that people are contributing from all over the world, I would say. Okay, we take students for summer fellowship and semester-long internships. These are Cloud Solution eSIM on Cloud by FOSSI Fellows, XCOS on Cloud. So some links are there. Hackathons, as I mentioned. We did a Scilab Toolbox hackathon. We did an animation hackathon on Panchatantra Tales. We said audio could be in any one of our 22 languages. At that time, the chief guest was Sri Subhash Gai. By the way, we are doing an animation hackathon at present. Okay, and it is open to anybody. Okay, we have quite a few contributions for this. We also have sample animations, but because of lack of time, I'll skip. There is an animation by a 4th grader also. Okay, and very interesting because this person's said at the closing event we invited her. She was only 10-year-old, and she said that we had to use Synfig Studio, which is an open source software for animation purposes. And when she opened it, she didn't realize how to use. She didn't figure out. Then she listened to spoken tutorial and she thought it was a cool thing that she created. Okay, and this is the current animation hackathon going on. So this is the QGIS Mapathon by 10,000 students. This is the one I said I endorsed by the Prime Minister's office. So here it is. All the details are here. You can see that these are all names of colleges, right? You can see that from 136 colleges people had contributed. Okay. Actually more, because these are medal winners I showed. Okay, some more cloud. Okay. So cloud solutions, hackathon output, that's the third layer. Then you have research, building simulators, etc. And this way you can go on constructing. And students, so why do they contribute? Because they get certificates, URL of their work, which they can use for jobs, internships, scholarships, etc. They get research papers, honoraria, and many have benefited. Are the pyramids attainable? So that is the next question. The answer is yes. The students at the top of the pyramid can be placed anywhere. In fact, I told you even at the second layer, they created a textbook company and they got placed, they got TA-ship and so on. On seeing this, those at the lower level will aim higher. They will say that if only I had put in 10% more work, I would have gone to the next level. So let me do a little more, because there are no limits at any level. Unlike the admissions that we have limited number of seats as you go up. Here anybody can create any number. There are no limits at any level, and if everybody tries, the whole pyramid gets lifted, and that will help the whole country. These are our activities in a nutshell. To conclude, our country needs tens of thousands of pyramids of excellence. Let's make them attainable through motivation and opening up. One way to construct them through open source software is software education is explained in this talk. Join hands with us. The FOSSI project is funded by the Ministry of Education through ICT, NME ICT, in other words. Thank you. Anybody has questions? Yeah. Just pass the mic. Let them just tell where they are from.
You can introduce.
All of you can just say where you are from. That's all. Pass the mic.
Okay. Yeah, this is Aparna Panigrahi from Nirmala Memorial Foundation, Kandivali East,
That's in Mumbai. Yeah.
Maharashtra.
Good morning, all. I am Varsha Bhosle from Vidyalankar Institute of Technology, Mumbai.
I'm Sangeeta Chaudhary. I'm from Ramravadik Institute of Technology, Navi Mumbai.
I'm Dr. Sarita Admune from Sednam College, Mumbai.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sandhya. I'm from University of Mumbai.
Good morning. I am Pracheta Sarunkhe from SIS College, Mumbai.
Good morning, all. I'm Farhan Kazi. This is Farooq Maniyar, sir, and we both have come from Solapur, Maharashtra.
Orchid Engineering College.
Good morning. This is Dr. Mohammad Wasim. I am from IIT Bombay.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Vinita, working as a FOSSI manager at IIT Bombay.
Good morning. I am Usha. I did the welcome address, so you may be knowing me. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Pratik Nemane. I am working in a IIT FOSSI team as a project research assistant.
Good morning, everyone. I am Pratik Bhosle. I am working for the open source hardware team under Rajesh Kushalkar.
Good morning, all. So myself, Rajesh Kushalkar. So I'm heading the open source hardware under the FOSSI. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is Penin Chinnasamy. I'm with Sitara, IIT Bombay, and also leading the FOSSI GIS thing.
Good morning, all. Myself, Srinivasan, coming from Kerala, International Center for Free and Open Source Software.
Good morning, all. This is Sunil, also from International Center for Free and Open Source, Trivandrum.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Narendra Jadhav from Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Loneri.
I am Arvind Kyulekar from Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Loneri.
So they are the registrar and deans of the Technical University in Maharashtra.
Good morning. I am Dr. Sheetal Narendra Jadhav. I am same from Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Loneri.
Good morning, all. This is Vidya Kadam. I am a training manager from Spoken Tutorial Project.
Good morning, all. This is Jessie Veluswamy. I am also from Spoken Tutorial IIT Bombay, training manager. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Sunil is the director of ICFOS.
Good morning, all. I am Dr. Vidudalai Virumbi. I am a founder for Honeybee Population Healthcare Foundation. We are associated with the IIT Bombay Sitara team for past 3 years. And I'm having a presentation where I will brief what are the progress we are doing.
In fact, he was the person who was behind the COVID war room when it was established by government of Tamil Nadu.
I'm wondering, such a very important program which could have tremendous applications in Indian education system, and then once you had announced this faculty development program, I believe there should have been representations from across the country. We in Himalayas in Kashmir, we also do kind of programs, some faculty development programs, some advanced kind of skill development programs. And I will tell you, honestly, if we have a batch of 25, those 25 are no less than from 10, 15 states of the country. If it is a small batch of 25 only. So we try to see that we give wide publicity to our programs and see that there are beneficiaries around the country. Such a very important program and such a very premier institution of the country. There should have been very good presence of the people to attend this program physically or the virtual. So I believe most of the participants here are from the Maharashtra only. Yeah. Yeah, because Professor Kannan, the way he was just explaining, how we are taking the education to the bottom level and telling the common guys to come on a platform, learn from us, and start using it and contributing to the same thing. Otherwise, no such kind of a platform is available otherwise to the people anywhere, and also giving that much of freedom and flexibility to the people to learn and to think at their own pace. So such programs are very important. I would say that in future, once you would be doing it, please give wide circulation to such kind of programs and see that if you have, say, for example, a capacity of 100 only, and you receive 1,000 kind of applications, you can have some filtering mechanism that we should give representation so that this message reaches to all the corners of the country, the way you are talking about. That's my small suggestion to you.
The interesting thing is the moment you have online, that becomes a convenient one for people. So numbers are there watching. Yeah. So they are there. So thank you very much.
Yeah, so I would like to take the opportunity to thank the participation from D. Batu, Maharashtra. I think Vice Chancellor sir will be joining sometime. The registrar, fortunately, he is an alumni of IIT Bombay. So thanks for joining us, sir. I just learned it today. And online, we have a participation from ISRO. People from Bangalore office have joined. People from NRSC Hyderabad, Delhi School of Economics, Delhi Technological University. And we have participants from Anna University. And yeah, so we have totally 26 institutions which are live right now. So thanks for your participation. And in fact, we will definitely make sure that much more awareness is spread among the colleges. So now we are going to the next session. So now I invite Professor Pennan Chinnaswamy, who's the co-PI and the lead for FOSSI GIS effort here at IIT Bombay. Professor Pennan is also the professor in charge for the Rural Data Research Analysis Lab, which is dedicated to rural development and is connected to the supercomputing facility here at IIT Bombay. The topic of his presentation today is geospatial technologies for development and societal impact.
Good morning, all. Can you hear me? About the so warm welcome to everyone, especially those who are joining in person. I hope you loved our campus, IIT Bombay, and a warm welcome to all the participants I see online. So I'll be giving a short talk about how this geospatial technologies and development and societal impacts happen, especially through geospatial technologies. I get it. Says hide. Yeah, it says. Okay. So I also thank all the sponsors, most importantly from the government and all the partners that are involved in this workshop with FOSSI. So if you look at the personal introduction, I have a doctoral degrees in the US from water, hydrology, etc. But there's no GIS. So GIS was never a part of the mainstream research that we did. So how did this happen? So what has happened throughout this project and how we have managed it into geospatial technologies for development, especially in Indian context, is when there's no data, GIS and remote sensing has given tremendous input for us, especially in terms of water, natural resource management, and soil. So we'll look into the content of it. we are on a phase of doing a paradigm shift. So normally what happens is, if you see on the right hand corner, normally a bank, if you have a problem, the policymakers would ask the bank, which is your budgets, to release money and do some work and then give it to the public. But however, now it is a short-term solution, and what we are trying to do with this geospatial technologies is create a partnership from the stakeholders, which is the end users, farmers, people on the ground, to be part of the decision-making system, for which they need to give data, they need to give information at rapid scales, and GIS has enabled it. So that is where need for development comes. We will talk about the GIS and geospatial data across the sectors, and especially what we do at FOSSI, spoken tutorials, and then the ways forward. So India's development is rising. Everyone would agree that we started from industry 1, and then we had to leapfrog a lot to come to industrial 4.0. And the same is happening in agriculture 4.0, where we are one of the fastest growing economies in Asia. And new growth trends are there. A lot of people are still focusing on startups, new technologies. However, we are still the food provider for a lot of countries, and even for us. We have a big population to support, for which we need to have a sustainable development. So if you look at the title of the FDP, it is about geospatial technologies for development and societal impact. So all this would come into bringing data to the social and also accepting the social data. All this can happen only when there is a representation built, and we are not only teaching GIS through this FOSSI activity, but we are also making a citizen science crowdsourcing approach, where everyone learns, everyone uses these technologies for a better solution. So this connectivity is not only from top to bottom, wherein as an educator, I teach GIS and then step back. But also we also collect data, because once you use this tool, the beauty of this tool is it enables you to collect data at multiple scales, both temporal and spatially, and it can be embedded into the solution making process. So as I said, all these fastest growing economy, everything is there, but if it needs to be sustainable, otherwise it's short term, right? And there is also a lot of money and time to be put on monitoring and management. If you look at all the schemes that we have, any scheme, government, non-government, there is less monitoring and management, because the budget is put for the actual scheme, whereas monitoring management is less. So why can't we build a capacity around it? So you would have seen Professor Kannan teach about all the other softwares, where you have a book. A book is there and you solve the book. The students have solved the solutions. What approach we took is, there's already a lot of problems in the world. So let's take the problems and let the students give solutions. For example, if you look at land use, land cover maps across the open source data systems you take, ISRO, Bhuvan, NASA, you will find that there is less details of the crop acreage, or it will be outdated. I can open and show right now these websites. It will be 2015, 2016. How can the government take a decision for today's drought? Which means you need to have a better crop acreage area mapping at a local level. So this is where we thought, and Professor Kannan, he's the PI, so he was very accommodative of this idea. Okay, let's do it this way. So we pick problems and we ask students to solve it, and thereby teach GIS. So the mandate of us to teach GIS is done, but also we are creating solutions to the problem, which is the data. Okay, these are the beautiful related ministries we have, not only rural development. So I come from rural development department, my head was here. So I'm an associate professor there, where most of the work on GIS and water I lead in the department. However, there are multiple other ministries which are linked to water. So since I'm a hydrologist, I'll say that all are related to water, right? Rural development, you need water. Health, you need water for sanitation. Housing, you cannot have a house without water. Women development, child welfare. And to be honest, in most parts, even in Maharashtra, access to water, the pain is felt mostly by women and children who have to fetch the water for their daily activities. So all these ministries are linked, especially Ministry for Environment and Forest, Climate Change, Agriculture, etc. So how we went about this is, we had not books for solving the issues. We took government reports. Transforming Rural India, and a lot of QGIS training manuals, both open source from the website, and we created our own tutorials in spoken tutorials. So many field notes, agency reports, etc. we use. So these, because normally the NGOs do a lot of work, but it doesn't come published, right? So and one more example is there's a lot of financing given by the government, but there is, as I said, there is major financing available. Not every farmer knows it, but if they give the data in a GIS format, then we can increase their participation and efficiency. Okay, and this is where remote sensing and GIS comes. The other thing that shocked me when I came back from India is because I used to work for the US government, EPA. Those who know EPA, USGS, these are the government agencies that monitor the pollution, monitor the agriculture activity throughout the US. And so, which means a lot of data was available. But when I came here, there's a lot of data issues and gaps. And I also work for Singapore. Singapore is NTU, which is really highly ranked, but data issues were there. So data issues not only for us, it can be a developed nation, developing nation, underdeveloped nation. However, data issues happen. So when we wrote this book for the World Bank, we found out that before you even come into climate change issues and stuff, you need to understand if there is data and representation. So this work that World Bank gave us for 3 years, across all the South Asian countries, all the ministers came. However, all the ministers of the country, not state. So all of them came assembled in Colombo. But what happened is they gave data, the data was not good enough. So the recommendation came from the paper is not climate change impact, but first get the data correct. And this is where our data issues are also spread. Insufficient data, biased data, grouping of data. You could see the wells and how the data are grouped in India by CGWB, for example, and physical and technical issues are always there. All these are really costly to do, right? So what other data can help? This is where we started to think about other data, and we had these small proxy data. Let's say the first one is just a nightlight image of India. You could see 2012 and 2016 nightlight image, right? And then the other side, you see how the Ganges, Brahmaputra rivers are expanding during a flood, and you have all these images. But what you could understand from this, let's take just one example because of time. The 2012 image and 2016 image, if you zoom in and see just this part, you could tell that multiple things can be answered from just this image, and just a satellite image. There's no purpose for this image, like, oh, I wanted to study the boundary and all. No, it was just a satellite image. What you could see is the small dots are getting bigger, which means the cities are growing. You could see interconnection of the dots, which means highways are growing, and the highways are having lights. Okay, you also see some emerging new lights which were not present in the 2012 image. So those are the new small city hubs that are slowly coming out. And more importantly, you see light in villages. So this all can be linked to multiple schemes of the government, just one image. Rural electrification scheme, national highway scheme, the Gati Shakti scheme. All these schemes can be answered just by one image. How do you take this and convert it to data? That is where GIS is. So saying no data in this area, this world of AI and ML and data science is not correct. So just because of doing this, I'm also associated with the data science department in campus, which is called C-Minds. It is one of the top data science in the program in the country. And I'm also associated with the policy school and climate change school because we do a lot of these data work. So coming back, just at research level and papers is not enough. We need people to understand these problems and contribute to the solution. So one is rural electrification, as I said. The second one is floodplain, how people are getting flooded, the houses are getting flooded. How can we evacuate them? Number 3 is the groundwater map of Gujarat. Normally, groundwater maps are made only every 3 months, but this is made every month thanks to satellites. So, and then the fourth one is the sea level rise and impact on the land in the wetlands. So multiple maps are here. So you could see how India has changed throughout the cultivation, and at this resolution you can get only through remote sensing and satellite data, and also you could learn how changing a land will impact water. Just because of time, I'm cutting past this. The other aspect we had is education 5.0. Okay, so if you look at how this 1, 2, 3, 4 are saying, you look at agriculture, what is agriculture 4.0? Which means involving more technologies, involving more precision agriculture, satellites, remote sensing devices, and GIS-enabled devices, connecting to the internet. That is what agriculture 4.0 is. That is the same for your industry 4.0. So now we are passing through the stage. Education was starting on the whiteboards, then research more influence. So why IITs are good is IITs are research driven rather than driven by just teaching. So we are an institute, not a university, right? So that is a big thing we have. Our faculties put a lot of time on research. Teaching is there, but research is key, and students learn by research. Then you have community service and innovations that are coming up. So new technology startups are coming up, and the last but not the least is teaching has to end up in an industrialization. How can it give importance to nation building and national development? So all these are coming up, and all of this is connected to the 5 and 4 are connected to the internet. However, more data is needed, and that is where this Mapathon was born. So what happened is normally we have these events in FOSSEE, but this is the first time we said, okay, let's do a Mapathon. For example, if I take a land cover data, let's say in Kashmir, a lot of ground truth data is missing. Okay, satellite data can cover full of Kashmir, but why, what type of crop, when was it done? These data are missing. But if I teach the student in Kashmir, I cannot go up and down. So sir was telling about why people are not much here, because there's a big cost in bringing them here, right? They have to fly and come. So I cannot fly to Kashmir and take the data. So if rather than that, why can't I teach the student there? I give them the ownership. So this program, what we're doing is not only teaching them how to collect data, not only mapping them, ownership, which means they own the data, they know how the crop grows, and then they embed it into the system. So that is how Mapathon was born, a national level mapping event. Just quickly, what is a Mapathon, a hackathon? Why do we make maps? I think I covered it throughout that GIS is more needed. The data we use, Professor Kannan spoke about QGIS, so I'll just cut through these parts. And we wanted to promote ISRO data. ISRO is our own space agency. If you look at all the papers that are published, most of it is using NASA or Sentinel, which is European space data. Nothing wrong with that, but we also need to show that our potential is there, for which publications are needed. So we restricted the first Mapathon only to ISRO data, okay, and our recent ones too. And then the need for Mapathons, you could see all the local applications are there. Local maps are needed. So if you look at any map and boundary, it is taken from top down, not district and village. So there's a lot of inconsistencies in the data and need to update the data, right? So yesterday I met some friends who said, wow, I could come quickly to Thane, from Thane to Powai, because there's an overhead bridge, which is not in the map. So if you download the map of the roads from the government database, the bridge won't be there. Okay, how can the cab sharing platforms, they have all these maps because it's a business, correct? So they want to know which is the quickest route. So this business is not available in villages, and we need to give those updation of data. Okay, so just for statistics, as Professor Kannan said, look at the participation across states, across all the states students participated. The numbers are different because the access to technology, right? So when we see less participation in the Northeast and Kashmir, maybe they had less access to this tools, maybe software, or even you need at least a desktop to work on, right? So maybe they had less, or the news was not gone, but definitely this is 4 years ago, and right now we are getting big numbers, more participation, especially in Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu, because we promoted it with some activities. I'm advisor to the government of Tamil Nadu, so there is some aspects, and now Kerala is on board. So slowly we are growing our network. So if Kashmir and other states are also participating, I think we can grow these networks. But look at it, so every problem is there. So crop mapping is not only an issue in Rajasthan, it is also an issue in Assam, and these data from Assam could be more credited. So, and the data doesn't stop. So this is the beauty of using GIS and remote sensing. Every year we are shooting satellites. A lot of satellites are coming up. You could see all these are just the NASA satellites, and then we have the European satellites. But again, as our promotion is mostly on our own satellite missions. And if you look at most of the agencies, they won't even know all these names of satellites we have because it's not promoted. So we are also promoting on one side our government data and use that to understand the problems. Again, if students say that, oh, sir, my system is pretty old, I cannot work on these, we also show them the way to use a cloud-based GIS analysis, which is Google Earth Engine. We have some tutorials on it, but again, all this is big data. So when people say big data, satellite remote sensing data is by default big data for your problems. So it's now smart. We are going to link your Mapathon and Hackathon, because Mapathon was purely based on your satellites, remote sensing data based on your mobile phones. But now if you infuse that with IoT devices that we have discussed with our team in FOSSI and IC-FOSS, then a lot of new data can be provided, because satellites cannot take to a resolution of your farm, for example. And these kind of data can come from IoT and ICT based devices. At the end, we also want to make dashboards, which is what IoE is about, Internet of Everything. So we want to create dashboards where farmers can quickly know what is the price, should I take my crop to the farm, or a policymaker knows how much water to release. So I think after me, my student who is also the Deputy Secretary of Water for Maharashtra, he'll be giving a talk on how these kind of data can help Maharashtra. And Maharashtra is big on water, all of you know. A lot of lakes, a lot of dams are there. So he will tell how this data structure that we work, which is also part of his PhD, is solving the issues. Okay, these are real-time applications. Again, this is done in Kerala. If you look at the link, you'll see how Kerala was before and after the floods. These are just 2 images, but this image gives you so much information on where to put evacuation, where to give food for people, because you see all the water being clogged. But the issue here is it came from NASA. Why can't we make it? Right? So this, we have satellites, we didn't have the capacity. So this is where we are developing GIS tools and softwares, and it takes literally 10 minutes to make this map. 10 minutes, the slider and etc. So if we know the data is available, if we have a good GIS platform and a desktop, we can make these. Then we can parcel lands where at once evacuation has to be done, at once water has to be removed, everything can be done. Okay, and more data is there for real time. So I think we also have a participant from ISRO who will talk about the tracking of cyclones and stuff, and then locust mapping. So during COVID, we were very badly hit by the locust movement, and just a GIS map can show where the locust is moving, and we were very fortunate to stop the locust from moving down. And as I said, Dr. Vidudalai Virumbi is there. He's the medical doctor. He's not a PhD doctor. He's a medical doctor, but he was controlling the war room in Tamil Nadu for all these COVID-related issues. And if you see the data, nothing can make sense. But if you look at the map, you can see, oh wow, new stories could be told. Why are there big blobs in Maharashtra? Why are there big blobs in Kerala, Tamil Nadu border? Okay, and this is where the vaccines should have gone. This is where the number of beds should have been increased, or oxygen demand. So all this can be done by visualization. So how do you make maps? Since it is an FDP and a lot of faculties are there, we'll introduce GIS. GIS is nothing but a software that links a computer-based software simulation that links spatial data. Okay, spatial data is very important here because normal data does not have a spatial tag to it, but GIS brings that spatial tag, and you'll see why it's very important. And it allows you to overlay different data sets. So QGIS is a software where you can overlay multiple data sets and drill the output you want. Okay, so this is the example. If you look at the normal table that you have on the bottom of the screen, you have a table and it shows just data. Okay, but once you have a spatial data associated to it, that is on the left, you see that it makes more sense, right? So now you see the size of the parcel, which was not evident in the table. Now you see which parcels are closer together, which parcels share boundaries, 2 and 3, for example, or 2 and 4 have bigger boundaries, and how can they collaborate? All this can be done using spatial technologies. So now you have a spatial limit, and this is the difference between data and information. Data exists in table, but when we convert it to GIS formats, we get more information. Just for time, I'm skipping these. One example is population data. You have a lot of information in, or data about population, a lot of columns, but unless you convert it to information, less can be done. So those faculties joining who have a very introductory remark of GIS. This is what GIS is about. On the bottom, you have the real life scenario where you have houses, parks, roads, groundwater, river, etc. Each one is a different data set. This is a real life scenario. But if you parcel all these as different layers, then you can make a real life representation of the problem. So an example is this: you have rivers. All these are separate data. Okay, rivers, states, capitals, roads, and lakes. So all of these are different data sets. But when you mix it in a GIS platform, now you could see beautifully all of them coming into one picture. Okay, that is one thing. But more you see where are the cities located. Just small questions can come. There is a saying that pictures speak louder than words, right? So just look at the picture. You could see that, oh, why are there more cities on the northern part, especially on the northeast? It's because of the water available. You have fresh water sources. And there is more cities on the east coast compared to the west. West is now only Silicon Valley. But look at the east. Now you have New York, Boston, and around New York and Boston, more cities are come, correct? So all these have come just by putting different data sets into one map and then connecting it by roads. So how are the roads connected? They are connected through the capitals. That is where the business booms. So this is a good example about showing how different data sets exist, and if you pull them and then keep it layer by layer in GIS, how it can happen. Passing, how long? 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Okay, so this is how the process happens. Let's start. GIS, you define a problem. When you define a problem, then you define a GIS criteria, the software, the number of models to be used, etc., etc. And then once you define the criteria, you build or import data sets. Here is where the Mapathon was born. If you look at it, we were teaching GIS, but then when we were teaching GIS, we found data sets were not there. So we asked students to go collect data and build their data sets. And then we had a GIS analysis and then output. In a normal process, this stops here. You define a problem, you define GIS criteria, build data sets, output, etc., and then you have a decision. This is a normal process. But the beauty of GIS is this is a cyclic process. You can now redefine the problem, redefine the criteria, and then build more data sets. Your output becomes the new data set. This is not in other programs. In GIS, we can do this. We call it in data science as data mining, but then this is already there in GIS. That's all we could say. Okay, so now you know the GIS process. We are teaching GIS through the FOSSEE QGIS platform, and Professor Kannan has spoken about all these softwares. This is a spoken tutorial. We have we have a lot of tutorials, and we are updating this thanks to the program Usha Madam is leading. We have a lot of tutorials, and we'll be adding to that. Students can participate, and all these are done by students. Okay, so I monitor them, I mentor them, but these are done by students. Okay, so we have a big team. We give tutorials, we give data links to people who don't know where the data is. We give the boundary, which is very important. People did not have boundary data. They said, sir, and they will show India's map really wrong. And there is a rule as geospatial policy. If you show the map of India wrong, you can be put in jail. You can have 7 lakh to 10 lakh fine. This is as per the government rule. So we are promoting the correct boundary of India by taking it from Survey of India. We put it on our website because 9,000 students come here. It is because of IIT Bombay. It's an institute, as Sir was saying. Our brand is there. It's big. And then the resource page, as I said, a lot of data has been shared. And if you look at it, the number of people going to ISRO is much smaller than compared to how much people visit our website. It's because students are coming, and students don't know how to use these websites, so we are using that. Okay, see, these are some of the outputs, not the government has. So look at how beautifully the students have done. They've collected data in Rajasthan, they monitored the locust attack, and they built capacity on GIS, they built capacity on the Mapathon, and more importantly, this data is now available open source. The government can access it. Okay, if you look at any website, all these things are not available. But now, because students have put time, students means participants, because they are not only students, there have been some managers, there have been lawyers, policemen participating in Mapathon, 5th standard student. So there's no age gap. All the requirement is they have to be Indian. And we also, as I said, do these trainings. So to move ahead, geospatial data and IoT has potential. Education 5.0 demands this. You have to be connected. You have to be smart in terms of internet connectivities and all. FOSS is the tools to go ahead. Professor Kannan was telling about FOSS. One thing I'll tell is India spends around 60 to 70,000 crores on proprietary software. 60 to 70,000 crores. Manrega budget is 60 to 70,000 crores. So if you can convert your labs to free open source, you can double the Manrega money that goes to farmers or any other scheme. You can have a new scheme. Okay, so this is what we are trying to build, and collaborations exist, especially with IITs. The potential is there. And yes, getting our first Mapathon acknowledged by the Prime Minister's office and he himself speaking about the Mapathon is a big achievement by itself. With this, I would like to thank all the PMO office, all the government agencies, the collaborators, and especially all the participants, because without them, we could not have done this. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Pennan. So now I invite Mrs. Jessie Velusamy to give a talk on spoken tutorial methodology. So spoken tutorial project is developed at IIT Bombay, and through the spoken tutorial project, more than 80 lakh students have been trained on more than 75 plus softwares across India on remote mode on a self-learning basis.
Students can put it on chat, any question, and we'll answer.
We'll take it in there. Yeah.
Good morning, all. So welcome to National Level Faculty Development Program and Opportunities in Geospatial Technologies. Thank you, Mohammed, for including my presentation. My topic will be self-learning through the award-winning spoken tutorial method. My name is Jessie Veluswamy. I am the training manager at Spoken Tutorial IIT Bombay. Spoken Tutorial was developed at IIT Bombay, was established with the funding from Ministry of Education, previously called as MHRD, Government of India. Not just Google Award-winning MOOCs IT program, multi-award-winning program, successfully running more than a decade. We have trained 80 plus lakh student and college teachers from Arts and Science College, Engineering, ITI, Polytechnics, etc. Guarantee of obtaining mastery through okay. So guarantee. So training through spoken tutorials definitely guarantees mastery through self-learning. It's at low cost, offline as well as online, fulfills the requirement to learn offline MOOCs courses. And we are partnered with 125 affiliating universities. That includes also state government higher education bodies and technical education bodies, pan-India level. So what is spoken tutorial? You can learn, teach open source software, an audio video tool, span of 8 to 10 minutes. And it's through active learning method. Very interesting. What do you mean by active learning method? We have 5 senses. So more the senses you use, your learning is permanent. What do I mean by that? You have to, it says audio, right? So you have to listen. It says video, you have to watch. And you have to touch the keyboard. Just by looking at it, you won't be able to master. So you have to practice it. By watching it, practice it. Play, pause, rewind option is given because this is not online class that we are talking about. It's a pre-recorded tutorials, very simple ones. As I said, 8 to 10 minutes. Every topic will be different to teach basically, to teach the whole software about. So students learn a software in very short, simple steps. They can replicate the instruction as Sir said, you can replicate it, you can modify it, replicate, build your own commands. And this is called a side-by-side method. So basically audio video at the side of the screen, there will be your software at the right hand side, will play with the earphone, you will listen, watch, and then replicate, pause it, replicate it. So we offer around courses, 75 basic plus specialized courses in 22 regional languages. That means so available in English, Hindi, Marathi, Malayalam, Tamil, Telugu, etc. So why spoken tutorial for students? So basically lab related courses are there to enhance their academic performance. So basically if a student is struggling in Java or C and C++, academically failing, he or she who's not clear about the fundamentals can go through the spoken tutorial. As Professor Kannan sir said, we are from the bottom pyramid, that is trained through spoken tutorials, which focuses on practical than theory. Of course, when I say you have to replicate, you have to watch and replicate, means it's basically focused on practical than theory. Lucrative open source like Python, Drupal, etc. And anytime, anywhere. There's no restriction. You're not confined to an online course or online class. There is a lot of flexibility. There is a lot of freedom in learning. And you can choose your own timings. Like, we prefer 1 or 2 hours per day. So you can do that. User friendly, yes, side by side methodology that I just mentioned. Study offline. You want to study online, you can do that. You can download the course and course content, and you can study offline also. Can I have a glass of water? Actually, my lips are dry. So when I said it is self-paced, self-learning, so the problem is personal. So as I said was, since this is self-paced, self-learning, thank you. So self-paced, self-learning. So you will have questions, you would want some guidance, you will have a lot of technical queries. Where you will post it? You will be posting on our technical forum. Okay. So from your own login ID and password, you can access, post the queries, wait for 48 hours, and a concerned manager will be responding to your queries. Certificate for training and completion from Spoken Tutorial IIT Bombay. No limit of certificates, advanced core skills for job skills, advanced advantage to build your resume. Of course, it will be like adding feather to your cap. Flexibility in test timings. You can choose your own test timing schedules. Job recommendation portal will be there. You will be, the students especially, they will get invitation in their inbox, inviting them to attend job fairs at Spoken Tutorial, IIT Bombay premises. So why Spoken Tutorial for faculties? Faculty development programs. Yes, we host that. Already, as I said, anytime, anywhere, it is possible. No fixed timings. As I said, there is a lot of flexibility and freedom you can choose from. Certificates from IIT Bombay Spoken Tutorial, downloaded content approved by the ministry, AICT, UGC, master the basic computer skills. You can get your, with the technology, you can update yourself, accepted widely, MOOCs programs recommended by SWAYAM, AICT, and career enhancement, CAS promotion we are talking about, specialized technical training, workshops, and for these lecture notes, journals, articles, textbooks will be available. ICT tools introduction in your own classroom, and letter of appreciation for faculty who are putting a lot of efforts in training their students and also the other faculty colleagues. So why Spoken Tutorial? This is for college. So you can collaborate with us. We will give you letter of association with Spoken Tutorial IIT Bombay. Our tutorial or our training program, it fulfills NAC, NRF, NBA criteria. What do I say that? We have a PPT presentation that was created by FOSSI team and along with Dr. Subbalakshmi of a college faculty from Tamil Nadu. So in that you will find the criterion requirements, NAC, NBA, NRF, all three in one, the criterion that is fulfilled by Spoken Tutorial along with the weightage points. So by the end of the day, you will come to know how much rating I'll be getting for my college just with Spoken Tutorial. So this is distance learning mode. As I said, integrates with your lab courses. During your lab hours, you can actually go for it. Letter of appreciation for the faculty organizer and a letter of certification for overall performance, flexibility in training and tests. Definitely, anytime you choose us, training managers from Spoken Tutorial IIT Bombay will be there to help you in all the steps. Okay, introduction of smart class technology. And as I said, these letters that you see over here, these are required by your accreditation purpose, so that we give on a timely manner. So how can colleges start? Simple, 1 or 2 faculty being appointed per college, or else if you have a lot of departments involved, so 1 faculty from each department can also do for us. You will be given your own membership login ID. Faculty can register, enroll the students or the faculty for that particular semester, for that particular course. And I would really appreciate P. Chinnasamy sir also, because he showed Spoken Tutorial, huge tutorials that I wanted to show here. Thank you for that. Saved my time. In that, if you have seen, there were series of tutorials, right? You can just click on that topic. It opens to the tutorial. Okay. So that authority of downloading and sharing with your learners, it's with you. So plan your training sessions quite ahead. So when you're collaborating, we will all give you guidance step by step in this. So in case you're clueless what to do, what not to do, constant guidance will be given, definitely, but just contact training manager at Spoken Tutorial IIT Bombay. If you are from Maharashtra, look no more. There is Miss Vidya Kadam there, who is the Spoken Tutorial training manager for Maharashtra. If you are from Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, look no more, I'm there. Okay. So these are the list of softwares, like, basic IT in a group wise. So basic IT skills, graphic and animation, these would be it. These are just few ones which we have taken, a major one that has been selected by the colleges right now. Programming languages, web development, database management, right? We have Python, Java, business application, PHP, MySQL, specialty packages, technical writing, Scilab, we spoke about that, LaTeX, open forms, I was talking about that. Now, job skills with spoken tutorial software. You know Drupal, PHP, MySQL, you'll be web developer, in demand, database management, Android app. So if you know about GIMP, Inkscape, graphics and design and textile, paper poster, those kind of industry will be more interested in you. DWSIM, Sir spoke about it, processing industry like detergent and pharma manufacturing plants. You make use of it. So like that. So any questions? I'm done my presentation. Thank you. Thank you. Sir, I really
So thanks for your wonderful presentation, Jesse. So in case if anyone would like to associate with the Spoken Tutorial project, you can, we'll share the training manager's email ID with you. So with this, we have concluded the first part of our faculty development program. We will break for refreshments now, and let us be back by around 10:50, if that is okay. Yeah, so the next session will start at 10:50 here. Refreshment has been arranged just on the foyer which is adjacent to this place. Yeah, so please come back on time. Thank you. हाँ यही है। हाँ टेस्ट 1 2 3 नाम लोगों को आना, ये फोटोज थोड़ा अच्छा ले लूँ, मुझे टाइम पे देखना था। हाँ। Ready? Can I start? Okay. Hello everyone, I'm Mohammad Qasim, currently serving as the National Coordinator for the GIS vertical of the FOSSEE project from IIT Bombay. The FOSSEE project is an initiative of the National Mission on Education through ICT, funded by the Ministry of Education, Government of India. So Professor Kannan Moudgalya is our principal investigator, and Professor Pennan Chinnaswamy is our co-PI. And Professor Pennan Chinnaswamy is the one who is also heading the Rural Data Research Analysis Lab, which is connected to the supercomputing facility here at IIT Bombay. So we are happy to be connected here today. And in fact, thanks to all the participants who have joined online, specifically to our partner institutions and state affiliating universities who have written to us for live streaming of this event on YouTube also. So thank you to all of you once again on behalf of the Ministry of Education, Government of India, National Mission on Education through ICT, and the FOSSEE project. And because the previous speakers have conveyed more about the FOSSEE project, I will not go deep into this. Just a slight variation from the presentation which was given before. In this session, I'll be conveying about the benefits that the colleges could get, colleges, universities across India, which are recognized by UGC, accredited by AICT and other agencies. The benefit that the colleges could get, the benefit that the faculty could get out of this initiative of IIT Bombay, and also the benefit which the students will get from the GIS-based initiatives from our side. And before entering into any activity, there should be some mandate so that people could be clear of what we expect from them, and also the activities that they could perform to reach to the top layer of the offerings that we have to give. And first of all, anyone who wishes to participate in any of our activities, they need to be a citizen of India. They need to use only open source software and open source hardware. This is the basic principle mandate. And the activities based on, because it is a geospatial technology based activity, we mandate that each and every proposal should be aligned with a sustainable development goal. This is again, in fact, sustainable development goal is one of the aspects which we consider for giving more marks. And then comes other technologies using indigenous Indian technologies like NAVIC, making use of Indian satellite data or real data which are sourced by research agencies, universities across India. So these are some things that we focus and insist on. And finally, this is not mandated, but we strongly recommend it. Any of the government agencies who are working towards implementing Gati Shakti in their domain, they can collaborate with us. And because we are already associated with a pool of more than 1,000 colleges across India, we will be happy to take your problem statement, announce it through the competitions that we conduct so that your students can come up with probable solutions. And we are very much thankful to our partners. And in fact, sincere thanks to Professor Pennan Chinnaswamy. I have already introduced the Rural Data Research Analysis Lab. They are the only co-organizer and technical partner for this national mission. We are sincerely thankful to Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and we got DST through IIT Tirupati's support. So as I said, the FOSSEE project is funded through the Ministry of Education. The stipend and other activities that, like the stipend that we provide to our interns and the prize money which is given, it is through DST. And IIT Tirupati's Technology Innovation Hub, which is specialized in positioning and precision technologies, they are the ones who financially support all our activities. We have around 32 activities, to be very specific, in all 32 activities. So these are institution-centric, beneficial to the students and as well as faculty. So IIT Tirupati Navavishkar iHub Foundation, that is the name for Technology Innovation Hub of IIT Tirupati. Survey of India is our cardinal partner. We use this word cardinal because they are the ones who provide the shape files, and they have been very much supportive in each and every activity that we are doing from IIT Bombay FOSSEE GS project. And we would like to mention very specially ICFOSS. We have the director here, Dr. Sunil and Srinivasan sir. They have come all the way from Kerala. They have a very wonderful team working on the open source ecosystem, open source software and also open source hardware. They have very specialized divisions in GIS and IoT. So we are very much fortunate to be associated with ICFOS. And next, if we are reaching on a large scale, if you had seen, like I have a map to show to all of you. Tamil Nadu has most number of registrations. That is because we are part of the state level advisory formed by the Chief Minister's office through the Tamil Nadu Skill Development Corporation. And because of that, a mandate has been put so that any activity that we initiate from IIT Bombay, it is run through the university system, circulars are issued, and timely application, like processing of application from the candidates from respected colleges when that state is done. So in that sequence, we received more than 950 applications from Tamil Nadu last year. And hopefully this year with the support of D. Batu, thanks to the presence of Honorable Registrar and Dean, and also of the Vice Chancellor of Agricultural University, Kashmir, we hope to see more participation specifically from Maharashtra, Kerala, and also Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir. And we are also associated with the Water Resources Department of Government of Maharashtra, who have been supportive to us all the time. And there are some knowledge partners, like organizing partners are like our pillars. They are part of us. And knowledge partners are those who associate with us on case-by-case basis on specific activities. Mostly universities play a key role. So Delhi Technological University, to be more specific, Delhi School of Economics, they are working with us on something called mountain ecosystem in economics. So this is a special domain that we are trying to focus on. And in fact, for this year, we have 7 different themes identified, which the participants can work on. So thanks to the partners, we have a lot of initiatives. People who have joined online, for your convenience, I have put this QR code. So please feel free to scan it. This will take you to the IIT Bombay's website, where we have listed each and every minute level description of the activities which are there in the screen. So I'll just skip this slide because I have detailed descriptions coming up. And in terms of benefits, I just wanted to make sure the institutes are looking onto this. When an institute collaborates with IIT Bombay, the FOSSEE GIS project, they have various benefits. The most important thing is when you go for NAAC or NBA kind of accreditation, the substantial report based on the activities that you have done from your college or any activity done by your faculty or student, it is properly documented from our side. And on the letterhead of IIT Bombay, we will summarize everything and give it to you. That is something which we have not done so far. And in terms of collaboration, if there is any active research going on based on the geospatial stream, you could let us know. Even if it is an interdisciplinary approach-based case study, we will be much happy to do. When I talk about interdisciplinary, it is not only art, science, commerce, engineering, agriculture, and other domain like related domains, but also we are happy to convey that we also have entered into the medical domain from last week. So we have not put any restrictions. So GIS is one specific aspect. And even in terms of conducting conferences, if colleges are interested, please feel free to write to us. We'll be happy to associate with you. Even co-branding association and all those stuff will be done from our side. And please remember, all the activities that you will be doing along with us, the FOSSEE project, it will carry the tag of National Mission on Education through ICT, which you will find with very minimal projects which are there in existence. And when it comes to staff, faculty, we have something called National Geospatial Faculty Fellows Program. That has been introduced for the first time in India. That is any particular faculty who is working on this geospatial domain for a long time. We will identify them. We will recognize them with a award during the GIS Day celebration here at IIT Bombay. GIS Day, Open Source GIS Day is something that we have conceptualized, and on September 15th of every year, starting from this year, we have decided to celebrate. So we will honor the faculty, and also they will be part of the jury, the competitions that we conduct. And this decision has been taken by consulting with the higher level committee and peers, and thanks to Professor Pennan Chinnasamy for his input on taking this policy decision. And also we are in the process of forming national level advisory bodies for each and every state and also on a national scale. The national level advisory, it is being conceptualized, and any institution, stakeholders, state affiliating universities or central universities, if you are interested, you please feel free to write to us. We can have a one-on-one discussion either online or in person. Please, you're welcome to IIT Bombay. We can have point-to-point discussion on how exactly we can take the partnership ahead. The ultimate goal is to spread awareness about the national geospatial policy, the Indian space policy, to be very specific, how to take it to the larger audience and for the welfare of the society. And we have best faculty awards coming up, and specifically like the colleges or the autonomous institutions which are looking for revamping their curriculum with open source based GIS technologies and open source based IoT, geospatial IoT technologies. The team here from IIT Bombay will be happy to collaborate and support. And for students, again, this is for the first time in India that any IIT has done. So we are introducing National Geospatial Research Fellowship, like for students who are keen on pursuing higher studies either at IITs or going abroad, who have very little research exposure. So this fellowship might be helpful for them. Again, thanks to the generous support that we have received from our partner IIT Tirupati's Technology Innovation Hub. And fellowships, certification programs. We are also in the process of announcing something called Campus Ambassador Program. Hopefully this will be rolled out in the month of July. And there are a lot of other benefits which the colleges can get in terms of association. And as far as Professor Kannan and Professor Pennan, they have completely covered the Mapathon and Geospatial Hackathon part. I'll just touch upon the statistics briefly. We have conducted 3 editions of Mapathon so far. Mapathon is an activity where the students come up with problem statements. They identify the real data sets, work on a problem statement specific to India. And the basic result is a thematic map with a good report, 1 or 2 pager report. And in last year's Mapathon, that is edition 3, we had IIT Tirupati as our partner. We had 14 IITs participating in this competition, national level competition, along with 15 NITs and 209 state affiliating universities. So we think, again, for a national level competition, this was considerably a successful thing for us. And among this, we had identified around 20 champions. Champions are those people who are directly given chance to do internship with us. So typically that whenever we do any screening task here, those are very intensive, but Mapathon is a level higher than that. So Mapathon is also considered to be one of the world's biggest geospatial mapping challenge based on the open source domain. And I would like to specifically insist and thank the Vice Chancellor sir here, Dr. Nazir, because Northeast and Kashmir are like Jammu and Kashmir, they are the places where we used to get 0 registrations. And last year, we approached almost all the universities in these areas, and based on sir's effort, we have actually got 7 interns out of 50. 50 is the national quota. And out of 50, 7 are from Sher-e-Kashmir University of Agricultural Sciences and Technology. So thanks for your good support, sir, for which your students are also like more happy. And on the same way, we encourage having you as the role model, other universities also to guide us on how to reach maximum number of students. And now that DBA2 is also present, we sincerely request you, we are ready to give more number of internships for each and every state and specifically for Maharashtra, because IIT Bombay is based out of Maharashtra. So we'll be more happy to discuss and allot seats accordingly. And in terms of the themes that we have decided for this year, green energy and sustainability is of prime focus. So any team which would work on this particular aspect, they will be grouped under the winning criteria. They will be given the preference. Climate is is of the second major preference, and in fact, all the time, if you see, we call it as evergreen theme. It is hydrology, irrigation, and water management, wastewater management. So these are the prime themes. If you are thinking about winning in this Mapathon, If you focus and work on this, sure shot you can come up with good credits. And mountain ecosystem and economics, sorry for the typo here on the screen. So we are working towards it. And starting this year, Mapathon will have another variant. That will be dedicated for precision agriculture and farming. So we invite all the agricultural universities across India to associate with us. And yeah, finally, disaster management and environment, transportation and logistics. So these will be the domains which will also be covered in this year's Mapathon, and these we call as focus themes for this year. Apart from this, if district administration, the district collectors, or the secretary level people, if you have any problem statement which you want students from your state to solve, we'll be happy to discuss, and we will announce it through the state affiliating university in your particular state. Yeah.
Directly related, I will not say indirectly, directly related to agriculture and allied sector.
Yes.
So I believe that the university, for these kind of themes.
Yes, sir.
And I would say that we rather some kind of awareness need to be created, more awareness, some kind of programs to see that all the agriculture universities, maximum of them they join it. But then all of them are very, very relevant to us. And telling you from my university, one way or the other way, we are working on all of these themes which you are highlighting here. But then associating with IIT Mumbai and the experts here would boost the capacity of the students and the faculty there in our university.
Yes, sir.
To do it more,
So in fact, we have this model common across the country. What we do is, thanks for your point, sir. So what we do is, we also have a mentoring system wherein the group of experts here at IIT Bombay, they will be the key mentors. And from the university which proposes, you can also have set of mentors who can work along with the mentors here and guide the students. And that is for higher level activities like internships, geospatial case studies, and so on. So we can definitely take it forward.
Yeah.
Yeah. And as far as the Mapathon is concerned, this is the process flow. It will start with the basic registration, and students have to use open source software for creating the maps. And once creating, they will submit, and we'll do the curation here from IIT Bombay and announce the results. So the process is as simple as you could see. And as far as the internship is concerned, again, we are happy to convey that at least we have representation in all the zones across India. And Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra had the most things. Maharashtra, we are able to put the dot one in towards Pune because we had around 10 interns from Pune. So we are not able to spread the dots across. So we would like to have even presence across all the districts, across all the states and union territories across India. We seek the support and guidance of the affiliating universities, the central universities, and the accreditation bodies, if they could help us in this regard. So last year we had 50 interns. This year we have decided to upscale it. So we will be having around 200 interns on a national scale. This is for national level geospatial internship, which will be offered by the FOSSEE project of IIT Bombay. And so I'll just complete this thing in a few minutes. And FOSSEE GIS, the way in which we conceptualize things is, our basic mandate is to make sure that open source is used as part of the geospatial stuff and in compliance with the National Geospatial Policy. So having this as a background, we thought that it is our moral responsibility to build the foundation very strong. So we do foundational activities like faculty development program. We form advisories across states so that we can have a good connect, and also we can find right candidates who can even support us, who can become a good support system for the FOSSEE GIS team for their state specific activities. So we always try to strengthen our base with our foundational activities. One level above is we conduct competitions. So after spreading awareness, obviously we want people to compete. And competition happens in terms of Mapathon and Geospatial IoT Hackathon, which is happening now. And after the winners of these competitions are given a chance to apply for national level internships. Even in internships, we have two different types. One is national level geospatial internship, and second thing is summer geospatial fellowship. So again, it will start in the month of July. And after the category of internship, it goes up to case study. Case study is basically a problem statement given by a stakeholder or a government body or a district administrator, or even for instance, universities can also suggest a problem statement where they will be working closely with IIT Bombay. Even that could also be for final year projects if it is based on good themes. Going a level above, we also focus on product development. If I'm talking about geospatial technologies, it is not specific to any specific domain or a department. It is common for all departments. In fact, the surprising fact is we have identified 3 colleges across India right now who are working in the Department of History. And they are planning to map or they want to geo-coordinate the locations like places of importance and all those things through their research work, for which they had sought our support, and we had a discussion, Professor Pennan. So we have devised a strategy, we call it as GIS case study in history. Likewise, for medical-based case studies, we have something called medical GIS, and for all general aspects, irrigation, hydrology, every aspect of common domain, we just call it as geospatial case study by FOSSI. And product development is something like, in fact, Madam Usha Vishwanathan is here. So we, effective this month, we are actually planning to start the product development for GIS and birding. We call it as citizen science. So there are a lot of bird watchers, but conventionally, if you see the tool which is used by most of us, it is developed by Cornell University based out of US. So there is a tool called eBird, and Merlin is another tool that they use. So completely indigenous open source based software development like GIS and birding cloud-based application has been conceptualized here at IIT Bombay, and we will be starting the development. Students across India cutting up across domains, they can also, universities can recommend the students, and we will be happy to take them as interns as part of the product development cycle. So this will be very intense. Likewise, by this year, we are going to establish something called Open GIS on Cloud. We have a target till October for the first version of the GIS on Cloud to be launched. So we call it as Open GIS on Cloud. That is anyone who has limited facility in terms of using geospatial tools. We will be trying to, we'll actually try to port all existing open source ecosystem on the cloud, which will be based out of IIT Bombay. So again, this we have decided to open up for internship. Computer science students, specifically, if they are interested in working with us, the FOSSI project will be happy to take this activity to the next level. And going above, we have the national level fellowships. Fellowships are jointly offered by DST, Government of India, and Ministry of Education. Here, like the FOSSI project represents the Ministry of Education through NME ICT, and IIT Tirupati's Navavishkar IHub Foundation representing DST. So this is how we do. And also on the day of the open source day celebration here at IIT Bombay on September 15, we are trying to bring all companies or major companies who are working in the geospatial domain along with other stakeholders. And final two, we also have minds to conduct job fair for non-IITians associated with the FOSSI GIS project here at IIT Bombay. Bringing in companies, and in fact the basic eligibility criteria is they should either be an intern of the FOSSI GIS project or they should have emerged as champion level category people in our competitions that we do. And finally, we would like to honor the sincere efforts put by the institutions, faculty, students, and industry professionals. So we will have the annual GIS awards on the same day on September 15th, which is the open source GIS day, which will be celebrated here at IIT Bombay. So this is a brief media coverage that we had in October last year. And for logistics, we are discussing with key stakeholders. So possibly this hackathon will also be live. This will be inclined completely towards Gati Shakti. Yeah, so Chanakya is the name, like this is the name for the fellowship. This I did not put it on my previous slide. We are working closely with Survey of India. In fact, Professor Pennan Chinnasamy and I had visited Hyderabad a month ago. Based on our discussion with Survey of India, we have decided to announce a dedicated national level Geospatial Research Fellowship. We are naming it as DST Chanakya FOSSEE National Geospatial Research Fellowship. One potential student from each state will be identified, and they will be working directly under the mentorship of IIT Bombay, the Rudra Lab, and also Survey of India. So this has been like this decision has been taken very recently. So GIS and birding is something that I have covered already. So National Geospatial Faculty Fellows Program, very soon we'll be making a very detailed announcement. The announcement will also be put up on IIT Bombay's website. Faculty who have very strong inclination towards geospatial technologies. See, I just wanted to underline one point again and again. We are not restricting it to a specific department or domain. Anyone who is interested to apply, they can do it, provided they should give us a proof that they have done substantial work in this domain. So one faculty per state will be identified. For example, we already have partnered with states. ICFOS is our partner for Kerala. The faculty will be identified, they will be through ICFOS for the entire state of Kerala. Like this, for each and every state, we are looking for partners who can actively work with us in identifying the right candidate for the right position. And people who are working in an industry in geospatial domain, irrespective of whatever your educational background is, if you have contributed tremendously towards open source, here is a recognition that we want to give. National level National Geospatial Professional Fellow Program. And again, the notification for this will take some time. Possibly by the end of July, we will issue a notification on this. JS awards I have covered, and monthly meetup sessions. We have had a sequence of meetup sessions at IIT Bombay. Possibly we would like to explore synergies wherein the core, the FOSSEE GIS team could visit different universities and colleges across India to strengthen the base, like as Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir was pointing out. We are done with the age of COVID, so online participation, we are also trying to reduce the intensity. So physical connect with the local audience, local chapters, we are trying to do. Interested institutions across India can write to us. Wherever it is possible, we will try to come in person, or else we will request our representatives in your specific state to do the honors. So this is all I have from the FOSSEE project, FOSSEE GIS vertical of IIT Bombay. If you have any questions, my email ID is there on the screen. Please feel free to write to us. We are open for questions, discussions, and the states with whom we already have initiated the process of forming advisories for curriculum inclusion, for devising strategy for defining the quota for internship and all those things. Please feel free to write to us. And on behalf of Professor Kannan, Professor Channan Chinnaswamy, the FOSSEE team sitting here, and on behalf of the National Mission on Education through ICT, Ministry of Education, Government of India, we thank you for your participation today. Looking for your sustained support. Thank you.
Thank you, very much. So I was wondering for kind of formal collaboration with IIT Bombay on this GIS program.
Yeah.
And we have started building our facility here. One is that we have this. We are building this remote sensing GIS facility. We have also trained a couple of faculty members who are very proficient into it. And at the same time, we are also building a data center with us. And we are also recruiting some faculty in AI, I mean, some advanced. So we make a good case, and ultimately, the applications of this FOSSEE GIS are, in agriculture and allied sectors.
Yeah.
So please just guide us that how should we go further to have a formal MOU so that we do these kind of
For the state of
programs.
Kashmir, we'll be happy to do that. So.
Yeah, thank you.
Can we also have remarks from D. Batu? And so please be seated. No, you can just share your view, what D. Batu wants to do in terms of FOSSEE GIS. So please be seated.
So we have started.
Yeah.
we have started doing research in geospatial since last 4 to 5 years, and our research mainly targets about developing machine learning techniques to analyze geospatial data, and in that sense, we develop our we are trying to solve the problems that are related with our Raigad district, and we did mapping for because Raigad district experiences large number of road accidents. So we have identified that Raigad district experiences a number of road accidents, and we have done a mapping of accident spots on Mumbai-Goa highway. Then second thing that we did on mangrove mapping for the this region, and also we have developed a model to predict the landslide prediction in Raigad district. We have used our own data set for that. We got very few publications also, and one PhD students out of that.
Thank you, sir, and we look forward to associate with DBATO. Would you like to share a few words?
Thank you. So how the question is that suppose we want to participate in this mapathon. So
we'll share the details with you,
yeah.
sir, and possibly when either we will visit your university or you can come to us. We'll be happy to give this opportunity to all the students of BATO and affiliated colleges.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So I would also like to thank the team from Uttar Pradesh, with Abdul Kalam Technical University, the affiliated colleges, and I'm sincerely thankful to the Vice Chancellor who has initiated the move, people who have joined online. Thanks for your participation. In case if you have any questions, please feel free to write to us. And finally, before going to the next session, I would request Dr. Sunil from ICFOS to just share his opinion on how we can take this thing for Kerala.
So at ICFOS, actually I will tell you about ICFOS first. ICFOS was established in 2010 by Government of Kerala to promote free and open source technologies. We were one of the pioneers among the states to promote FOSS technologies to government, educational institutions, etc. And it was our mandate to see to it that all education institutions, right from schools to higher educational institutions, use FOSS technologies. And we have been trying to promote educational activities as well as research and development activities throughout these years. And our GIST team has done some good work, especially in rural areas where we try to convert one panchayat into IoT-enabled panchayat and along with GIST mapping, resource mapping, etc. So which my colleague, Mr. Srinivasan, will be presenting to you after this talk. So in this way, I think there is tremendous potential for GIST technologies across our country, in which we can map our resources, take intelligent decisions. Governments can rely on this kind of data in incorporating machine learning or data science additions to this one. So I feel that this mapathon, or this is a very important event right now, and hope we will move it forward so that the entire country benefits from it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now we are going to the next session. I'm sincerely sorry to the speakers for a few minutes delay. I would like to introduce Mr. Rajesh Kushalkar. He is currently the Senior Project Manager here at IIT Bombay. Mr. Kushalkar has experience for more than 25 years here at IIT Bombay, and his team has been very much instrumental in coming up with applications like Clicker and so on. So I would, without any further delay, I'll just hand over the mic to him. And Mr. Rajesh Kushalkar is heading the open source hardware division of the FOSSI project, under which Open PLC, open source hardware, IoT, and all those initiatives come under. Hello.
कर रहा उसने किया क्या करना है बता दो मुझे देता हूँ चलो सर अब प्रेजेंटेशन आ रहा है हाँ हाँ what I was doing ना पहले हाँ, एक मिनट रुकना। आया ना अभी
ने फक्त पीपीटी शेअर करा स्टॉप
हाँ
परत शेअर करा फक्त तुमची पीपीटी फक्त करा बाकी सगळं पीपीटी कुठे शेअर करा
पण ते माझं ते दुसरं होतं ते कुठे झालं
ते येईल ना ते नाही
अरे ते कॅन्सल करून घेतात पण एक मिनिट मला जरा ते करू दे किती आहे सारा Yeah, sorry for this thing. So, welcome everybody for this national level faculty development program on IoT GIS fusion. So basically, I'll be talking more about from data to the digital. So IoT GIS fusion for the smart solutions. So just for the introduction, IoT and GIS both are powerful technology individually, but when they combine together, it unprecedented opportunity for the smart solutions. So understanding IoT. So as we know, IoT initially we had interconnected computers. So we know the networking of this thing. But when it came to the small devices, where small sensors and all these devices are connected to a small microcontroller, which are connected either wirelessly or wire. So the small devices or edge devices are called as the thing which talks about that local value, and it gives the sensor values to the internet for the particular locations. So like that, we collect all the data to the IoT devices. So GIS, as Professor Pennan and Kasim already told, that it captures the data, stores the data, and visualize it. So the integration of the two parts. So there are a lot of applications coming up for the IoT GIS, especially for the smart cities, where how a smart city can have improve the transportation, how the water level or the water quality provided to the citizens in the areas given, how the sewage and plants are being covered, whether there is no leakage in the groundwaters also, and all these things are taken care. Then the air quality, the public services. So comes to the environmental monitoring, where the tracking of air, the quality of water, the monitoring of wildlife habitats. The IoT GIS integration helps to understand protection to our environment also. So like, I'll just give a small example for this particular environment is there are the small devices, IoT devices with the cameras. So which can be put it in the wildlife sanctuaries or the places. So how many new birds are coming? What are the new various species which are there available are coming? So the photographs can be captured and the data can be taken. The photographs or the sound data can be taken to the remote servers also. So this is one of the small examples what can be used for the wildlife also. But environmental monitoring, like the air quality, the weather stations. So these are the very big things. So weather stations can't be built up everywhere. The institute, the meteorological department will not able to give the weather station, but with the small sensors available at various locations, so which can be compared with the meteorological data, and we can definitely predict new things also. Precision agriculture. So the IoT and GIS mapping enables the farmers to optimize the crop yields. So crop yields basically, it talks about where the water requirement is more, where the, so IoT generally helps in taking the images from the top. So everybody is not able to operate the quadcopters or anything, but definitely you can have the balloon, it can just float in the air, and from the top it can just take the images. And for that particular field, we can try to see how the crop yield is being held. Especially, I'll just talk for the small part, like you have the sugar canes. So it is very difficult to go in the sugarcane farm, but sugarcane requires a lot of water for its production. So from the top, if you just have a look at from the top, and the photographs are captured. Nowadays, new cameras which have the IR sensors available, which can be connected to the Raspberry Pi like devices, small devices which are battery operated, can be taken the photographs, and from that we can have the analysis. Okay, this particular area of the is having a good portion, but that some part of the area is not having a proper water. So that's why the leaf are becoming bit yellow or something like that. So where water requirement is there, so this can be done using the IoT sensors for the precision agriculture. So healthcare already mentioned. So it's more of the remote patient monitoring, but more of rather than remote monitoring, it's like mapping the data of the diseases or the viruses that you can always seen on this thing for the COVID time. It was mapped properly on the India's map. So where the more number of patients are coming and what are the, because putting on the map, then we require that much amount of healthcare requirement from the medical requirements, medicines and all this thing can be provided to that particular area. So decisions can be taken based on the inputs given by this quarter. Now comes for the disaster management. So nowadays there's a wildfire, you have landslides, waterlogging is there. So some rains, immediately the waterlogging and all this stuff happens. So it helps people to analyze, yeah, this particular area has got a waterlogging. Mumbai, always during the rains, the waterlogging is there, but it always finds the way to clear it off. So unfortunately, the recent time was Dubai places where they were not able to manage anything. So if the prediction was not there at all. So at least they will learn from all these predictions and how we can provide them the facilities prior the disaster happens. So I will just slides away because data collection is IoT collects the data while the GIS sources data from the satellites and surveys and other sources. So data, whatever the data we get, it has to be cleaned and it has to be given to in a proper format for the GIS for the visualization of the data. And again, the integration of the IoT data with the GIS special data for analytics and visualization. So I'm just skipping these slides because major of the thing was covered by Professor Kannan, where the special data allows to explore patterns, relationships, and trends in the geographic data. So here also, if I'm just talking about weather station, where I'm just taking two data, just like humidity and temperature. These are the two layers which can be mapped on that particular area. Now, taking the things ahead, the decision supported system leverage the GIS IoT data to provide actionable and make it more precise decision can be taken based on the data what has been provided for that particular area. So it gives a very holistic view, means overall throughout India where that is required, what kind of help is required from the disaster or any other ways. So there is a lot of challenges and opportunities to it. So challenges are basically the data privacy. So there are a lot of data which are required not to be given in an open source community or anything like that, but there are a lot of GIS data I'm talking and other sensor data and which are I'm talking for the data privacy for this particular part. So this has to be very much taken care in a very big way. So IoT and GIS fusion has a power to transform how we take the decisions from smart cities to healthcare to disaster management to precision agriculture and more. So let's harness the potential to create a smart and more sustainable future. So The fusion of IoT and GIS present as a new perspective known as the geography of things. So geography of things, it is not the coined by myself, but it is the thing which is revolving on the internet. So on the geography, the small devices are mapped on the geography and it talks about that particular area, rather in terms of anything like in the special data, physical. So it covers more on the physical data to the digital world. Okay. Thank you. So I was a bit fast for it and because for the time constraints, and thanks a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. And now I welcome, this is an online session. So I welcome Mr. Abdul Hakim. He is Scientist G and Head of Water Resources Informatics Division and Deputy Project Director, National Hydrology Project at the National Remote Sensing Center, Hyderabad. He is also the Associate Editor at Journal of the ISRS. So, Hakim sir, are you online now? He's there. He's online.
Yeah. Morning. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Whether I am permitted to share the screen?
Yes, you can.
Shall I try?
Yes. So thanks for accommodating our time schedule. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Hope my screen is visible.
Yes, it is visible. Yeah, please
Thank
go.
you. Thank you. Good morning, all. I'm really happy to be part of this event. For this, I would like to thank IIT Bombay for CGS team. And I'm taking this platform an opportunity to tell us, the participants, about what NRSA is doing for geospatial technology applications. ISRO space program is driven by the dreams of these two gentlemen, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai and Professor Satish Dhawan, because they were dreaming that the technology should be used for common man and the societal applications. Based on their vision, the ISRO's space program had three dimensions, that is navigation and meteorological program, remote sensing program, and space sciences program. All these three major programs are related to societal and development applications, for which the required launch vehicles and satellites are being designed by ISRO. And NRSA is part of this big organization called ISRO, where we take care of establishing the ground station for receiving remote sensing satellite data, generation of data products using this data, and dissemination of this data to users. NRSA also plays an important role in developing new techniques for remote sensing applications, including disaster management support, providing geospatial services for good governance. We also provide capacity building for professionals, faculty, and students. So I'll be taking you through some of the applications, because NRSA is a 50 years organization. What we have done over 50 years cannot be told in 15 minutes. So as a sample, I'll be showing some examples. I always request you people to visit NRS website to know more about what we are doing at NRS. NRSA is having headquarters at Hyderabad, where within Hyderabad city we have 3 campuses. And we also have regional centers spread across the country to meet the needs of various regions in this country. In addition to these campuses within India, we also have a campus at Antarctica for receiving satellite data, which gives more opportunities and to cover more satellites for every orbits that is passing over Antarctica. And the National Remote Sensing Agency Center's main applications are driven by sustainable development, where we address different securities like water securities, energy security, food security, shelter security, health security, and infrastructure security. All these securities, we develop applications using remote sensing data and geospatial technologies like WebGIS and MobileGIS. Mostly we use open source data, platform, tools, and techniques. In addition to these securities, natural resource securities, we also use the technology for disaster risk reduction and geospatial governance. I'll be taking you through some of the examples which we have done in recent years. Under natural resources applications, National Remote Sensing Center generates land curve for entire country at 3 different scales. One is at 1:250,000 scale using AWIF sensor that is done every year. Then using LIS3 sensor, we prepare at 1:50,000 scale at every 5 years. And at 1:10,000 scale using high resolution satellite image, the land curve map is done every decade. And NRSA is mandated under new geospatial policy for generating this land curve map for entire country. As mandated, we'll be making all of this information free and in open data format for all the users in the country. In addition to land cover, NRSA also has done wasteland mapping over the years. Already 3 cycles of national wasteland inventory has been done and change analysis have been done. This information has been widely used for various applications like converting wasteland into different use. For example, what we have shown here, wasteland is converted to solar power units. We also are done a lot of work in rural development, and specifically to the audience present here, we used mobile GIS and WebGIS technologies in addition to the remote sensing technology for watershed development monitoring and monitoring of MNREGA activities, asset creation for entire country. Millions of data has been generated on daily basis. That data is made available, and the entire MNREGA program is monitored using these technologies. All these technologies are open source, and the governance is being done, smart governance is being done using these technologies. This is a typical example where we can see the open source technology being used widely. We also contribute significantly in agriculture management in the country. NRSC provides crop area information, and through the technology, we have established one Mahalanobis crop forecasting center at Ministry of Agriculture. In addition to this, we also develop new techniques like identifying locations for crop intensification. We also develop inputs for crop insurance that is widely used by many insurance companies in the country. Ministry of Agriculture adopted these inputs for fixing the crop insurance required information. NRSC is the lead agency in the country for generating information on water resource information in the country. We use remote sensing technology, very high resolution satellite data for monitoring the irrigation infrastructure created in the country and giving the information to the state water departments where exactly they need to fill the gaps so that more use of these infrastructure created using the government exchequer is put into use for the benefits of the farmers. We also use technologies, inputs from various sources to assess the water resource availability in the country. Recently, for entire country, the reassessment was done with the help of this geospatial technology, and we have also trained Central Water Commission under Ministry of Jal Shakti to take it forward for future assessments. And the snow and glaciers is the area where specifically the remote sensing is used exhaustively, especially under National Hydrology Project. National Remote Sensing Center has developed information about snow cover and snowmelt rate for entire Himalayas. When we say entire Himalayas, hardly 1/3 of the area lies within the country. The remaining 2/3 of the area is outside the country. That's where remote sensing is found very useful in getting information about the snow cover and snowmelt rate information. In addition to this, we are all aware of the many disasters happening in Himalayas, especially burst of glacial lakes in the Himalayas, that too within country or something that is lying outside the country. So NRSC has done mapping of entire Himalayan basin, where the glacial lakes are available, what is their situation, all those information are done using remote sensing and other technologies. NRSC also has done a lot of mapping of forest resources right from 30 years back, and it has been handed over to Forest Center of India. Of late, we are also monitoring the forest fire location, active forest fire locations, and we also estimate the forest carbon pools and fluxes that is useful for climate change related studies. We also provide very informative details about very high resolution satellite from very high resolution satellite data for government flagship programs like Amrut or infrastructure development like pipeline monitoring or finding the right way of using for pipeline laying. All this information is all being generated from Indian remote sensing satellites of very high resolution, that is from the Cartosat series of satellites. The remote sensing technology also have been widely used for groundwater phosphate mapping and as well as mineral phosphate mapping. Very rare earth mineral maps have been mapped using satellite images in the country, and this itself we can talk hours together because so many applications have been done in mineral mapping itself. And as I was mentioning, one of the mandate is for NRSA is to provide disaster management support. We have been giving disaster management support for all the natural resources, natural disasters like flood or landslide or earthquake or any other disaster. And any flood occurs that anywhere in any part of the country, we prepare the information about the flood generation and share it with the concerned authorities of state and central Ministry of Home Affairs. We also have prepared a flood hazard atlas for various states which are highly flood prone states, and this information is made available in NRC website for public to see as well as the decision makers to use this information. We also provide near real-time forest fire alert system. We are all aware that recently Uttarakhand, a lot of forest fire has happened. The information is available from multiple sensors during the day, and it is available in real time in our websites. We also prepare landslides wherever it happens during the season. We also provide information about landslide potential areas in the mountainous region of the country. NRC has developed a lot of information for addressing the earth and climate issues in the areas of ocean sciences, atmosphere and climate studies, cryosphere studies, terrestrial studies, under a program called National Information System for Climate and Environment Studies, NICES. Recently, we have opened up these data sets for academics to use this information to come out with a new research proposal, and where NRS is going to fund that information available in NRS website. In addition to remote sensing services, we also have a dedicated aerial services where we provide services for data acquisition using aircraft and a set of drones, where the high resolution information need for the country is being met. Very high resolution need for the information is being met through these infrastructure available. The information like a very high resolution digital terrain model is being generated using this platform and made available for various user organizations within the country, both government and private organizations in the country. Now, whatever I have shown you, a tip of iceberg of the application that NRSA has done over the years. But of late, we are also providing the data and services through two major platforms from NRSA. First platform is called Bhoonidhi, where the remote sensing data from 44 satellites occurred over 31 years is made available. Most of the data is free and open for public to download based on the recent Indian space policy. And I have given the URL of the website here. People can simply Google Bhoonidhi, whatever first result comes, you log in, create a user account there, and you can browse the satellite data, download wherever it is free, or you can place order for whatever is costed. And the information about what is costed, what is open is available in the website. And even the costed data is going to cost very few thousands, especially for academic institutions, even discounted rate, the data are available, which are not free. So data up to 5 meter, that means 5 meter and above resolution is open for anybody. From 1 meter to 5 meter, data is available free for government organizations. Any data that is less than 1 meter in resolution is only costed. And they are also from Indian remote sensing satellites, they will be costing only few thousand rupees per square kilometer. So it is very easily affordable for any academic users present here. Another platform where we provide geospatial services is Bhuvan Geo platform of ISRO, which I hope most of you are aware. We have plenty of information services, more than 60 TB of satellite data is available. Multiple mobile apps and crowdsourcing apps have been developed and made available. We also provide web services for people to use them in their applications. So I have shown the URL of Bhuvan. Again, you can Google it in for Bhuvan, you will get the URL. we have Bhuvan web services under different themes like agriculture, water, forestry, e-governance, or whatever information generated by NRSA under different thematic services, ocean services, disaster management services, they're all available as map as well as OGC services. We also have developed more than 100 applications for smart governance for central ministries, state government departments, various state applications. They are also available as different categories. And to impress upon Bhuvan, you just see the image that what you are seeing here is the outskirts of Ahmednagar city in Maharashtra. This is one of the recent satellite images. And you see the built-up areas, the agricultural fields in the outskirts of the city. We also have very old information from Corona satellites in Bhuvan platform that you can easily see and compare how the situation was there 30 years back and how this terrain is now. For example, the same terrain, how it was in 1978, how it is now. One can easily visualize and compare and contrast. I'm just giving all these examples so that whatever IIT Bombay FOSSI GIS is trying to do through Mapathon, you can use this information, create wonderful applications. I used to tell whenever I give training for geospatial applications, the imagination is the only limit for you to find one application using remote sensing and geospatial technology. The same words, I would like to end by again reminding participants here is, now we have wonderful geospatial policy, which has opened up all the geospatial data for public, and also the space policy, which has opened up the space industry for private, as well as the data acquired by ISRO over the years, made available freely, as I was informing. 5 meter and above is made available for everybody in the Bhuvan portal, and 1 meter to 5 meters made available for government organizations freely. Anything less than 1 meter is costed. So with these few words, I thank the IIT FOSSI GIS team for giving me the opportunities. I'm always there through email abdulhakim_k@nrg.gov.in for any queries related to what I have spoken last 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable presentation. So I'm sure participants will have a lot of questions, and they will contact you. And we also request NRSC, specifically you, to support us with more joint activities if it is possible. So
sure. Thank you.
Okay, so now we are going to the next session. I welcome Dr. Vidudalai Virumbi. He is a medical doctor by profession. Now he has ventured into a new arena. Earlier he was in health division. Now he is working towards governance. So Dr. Vidudalai Virumbi, he is the founder of Honeybee Population Healthcare Foundation. Earlier he was serving as scientist D for government of Tamil Nadu. And Dr. Vidudalai has been more instrumental, and he is the man behind the COVID war room, which was set up by the government of Tamil Nadu during the COVID crisis.
Speaking of participants, I see the participation screen allow on that. Okay. Host has just said, who's the host? Allow the screen share. Name,
Dr.
Dr.
dr.b dot b.
Hide कर दो.
No, I can able to change. Good afternoon, all. I'm happy to be in the forum to share the experiences, which is a very complex field. You all know, like how the fraternity itself is afraid of maths, stats, technology, but we are the active users of technology to help the lives. I used to sit in the public art library in Chennai, where we used to have books from 1800s. So it's all start with the history. I'm going to touch briefly on history of what is the use of maps in medicine and disease surveillance and response. To some extent, like how to set up this, what is our experience in setting up of the GIS as part of a project management unit, and how it helped in health system strengthening. Action center is the routine, war room is when it is crisis. So at scale, what is there in population health and what is for research? So I touch briefly. I'm only going to show the images and talk on the images. That will be easy for you to have a glimpse. So here I'm showing like the history goes back to 1600. So it's all like plague quarantine where people are afraid of plague. So they want to make this quarantine at 2 layers. People no need to come out of certain areas. So there it started like how these people are cordoned. So now we are experiencing the same in COVID. So I brought it as the first slide. And then the cases and deaths, right? Where health people have mapped the cases and deaths to some similarity analysis, how it is going towards waste management, how it is going towards sewer lines. So that is what happened in 1798. So then it went like comparing butter and consumption of olive in France. So finally, John Snow braked up the ice and he brought the visualization of how the cholera spreads, because we all from India contributed to cholera and cholera contributed to strengthening of disease surveillance. So I'm taking it in a positive note. Since cholera was much earlier in India, now the disease surveillance has become part of the routine activity. You no need to worry about establishing a surveillance system, but the major task is to tap the existing data set into analytics forum. So that is the current challenge. Thanks for John Snow. So with respect to disease surveillance, right? So the major problem is denominator. So if you ask anything, you want the denominator, but GIS helped us to, without denominator, can we make some analysis? Yes. So we put all the cases during crisis, cholera cases, lepto cases, and finally visually we can see some clusters, right? There it started. So the first ask from disease surveillance was, boss, you are telling all sort of analysis, we are new to this. Can you give a printout? Can you give a printout of map where we can have reds and yellows and some greens so that we will take some calls? Then we thought of giving some meaningful maps. So the denominator was initially it is a population. Then we thought of, okay, how many people are residing in an area will give us what is the population density. Then GIS helped us in because for you LULC is very simple analysis. For us that gave the population density in a meaningful way. So in urban it will be more in a shorter area In rural, it will be more dispersed, but we can able to see by LULC, okay, this is the area, this is the population, and how many are affected is what we done during the COVID. And the next problem is the data comes with varying credibility. For example, if it is outpatient, inpatient, and lab, they carry different credits for analysis. So we cannot put everything at one go. Then we thought of, okay, we are putting all the data into one place. Can we able to generate some clusters based on distance? Is two people are there in 1 kilometer radius, can we generate a cluster? Or can we have 3 people of confirmed dengue cases in 100 square kilometer, in 10 square kilometer? So then I think it was a very humongous work for the data management team to draw some meaningful insights. Then the second image is showing that we created that, yes, it is possible. We can overlay multiple data sets into one place. For that, what we want is the GIS is the base. Every case has to have the tag of where they are coming from, and the jurisdiction is mapped to the lat and long. So this is how we map the OP, IP, and lab data, and we can able to draw some meaningful insights by distance as well as by area. So ultimately, next step is, yes, you identify the cluster, what is next? Some person want to jump into field, they want to go to house, but their problem is they cannot go blindly because in field, it is not at all possible. Like the data will tell it is 50 houses. When you go there, it will be 75 to 100 houses. So no one will have the realistic data set. Then we thought of, okay, it is not possible. So we will prioritize the areas. The last one is the 5 square kilometer area. So we calculated that whatever habitations comes there, the field person will go and do the response measures. So there QGIS helped us, like it is given as a layer. So people can carry their mobile, they can go to the blue areas. And the actions are taken in the field, not taken in the action centers or by the disease surveillance teams. So this is the experience from disease surveillance. And it is incidentally we came to know, can we generate hypothesis? Yes. Like that is a chickenpox case. It is interesting outbreak because in no setting, if some children are having chickenpox, are we worried? No. We will give them isolation. We will give them better soothing some liquids and some drugs. And what we will do, we don't know how it is spreading. So we cannot able to make a control measures because we want to request the headmaster to give advance leave for fever child. So then we identified like who are having the exposure of 342 meters of having a disease and not having disease, whether they are school going or they are not going to school. So this gave us some rough idea. Yes, if it is like 500 meters, then we have to take some measures. So this is like hypothesis generation of disease surveillance. We took it to little bit further. Coming to the next of adoption, right? When the data comes with a lot of strings. So if you see like data is being shared to a third party, then we want to know how they are using the data. Can we able to share the data or they are using it judicially? Whether the justice is made or not. So generally government and units want their own system. So they want the data to be in their ambit, but the technology want to act in the ambit of area where we can able to allow someone to come and perform the analysis. For that, we established the geo server. We brought all the layers from departments. We made a master registries so that if someone is standing in a place, so that is what the GIS layer and the address standardization is. We call it as continuous geographical location. That means if you are standing in a land or in a coastal area, you have to have some jurisdiction. So that jurisdiction is easily brought by GIS. And what we have to break is we want to standardize, we want to make each and every department speak to same master data. So then the master data will go to the data collection points. And from the data collection point, if you collect like street A, then that will come with a lot of additional data sets. You don't need to collect then and there. So once you standardize this, keep it available for everyone, then I think it can also be given to public access. The last one is for public access. So we gave address details, facility details, to some extent population details for a closed cases. But it is shared freely within the departments, government departments. So now it is health system strengthening. So what is the health system going to get strengthened? So far it is the disease surveillance, right? Where there is a need. If you go and ask, I want your data, then people will give freely like whatever they have, like hundreds of cards. They will give farmer card, they will give Aadhaar card, they will give whatever, even their visiting cards, everything will come. But for health system strengthening, you want to ask in a way like, this is how the system is going to get strengthened. So we want a more detailed information at an aggregated level. The first one is like we thought of having every medical college, the tertiary care in 50-kilometer radius. So if you see, this was the first of our exercise in 2014. When we learned QGIS, we want to do all the facilities, put there and put a simple buffer of 50-kilometer radius, and we identified the gaps, right? Right now the gaps are filled with medical colleges. So by giving a visual image, these are the gaps, these are the areas hilly, these are the areas having like water bodies. So this is the area we need to focus. So simple one-page image gave us multiple medical colleges. Now the gaps are filled. The second one is tricky part. Like people think that location is aggregated, it is privacy, but coming to a health staff monitoring, this becomes a privacy data. So we have to disclose that you are being monitored. So only what we can do is whether the service area is get benefit or not. Like for example, outreach has to happen to a remote village, then the vehicle has to go there. First we have to check the GPS, then we have to check whether the data is coming from there or not. Then we have to check whether there is any impact is happening or not. So then the monitoring and evaluation got into these three levels. First is whether someone is visiting or not. Second, some data is getting generated or not. Third is whether there is some impact or it is only just like that the data is namesake reported. So that comes the health system strengthening is monitored. The third one is again easy for technology and GIS team, but it is very difficult for us. For example, the rainfall intensity was mapped here, and we know that these dots are the centers. So we can able to tell each and every facility whether you are in a red zone, yellow zone, blue zone, or like green zone like that. So this give a prior intimation. They will arrange internally for leaves, they will arrange internally for resource prioritization, allocation, reallocation. But what they want is the information first in hand. So now comes everyone's attraction is towards the action center and war room, right? We work with the NRSC team to give the bed management data to the Bhuvan portal. So where it was with the directions, with what is the time we can able to reach. But think like if it is not updated time to time, will it be useful? Now comes the different task. When it comes to action center and war room, the frequency of updation is much needed. You need to get much updated frequent data to put into use. So that is what the first part. Second image shows that which we work with IRS Anna University. So where we know that this is the point of interest. That means you know where is the residence of some positive case. Now what we know is how many pregnant mothers, how many children, how many disabled people are there in that area. For that we will have something to get prepared, and we will prioritize more HR, or if there is more vulnerability there, we can prioritize that location as first area to visit on the next day. So the last one is, it is newer for our country, but it was done in 2016, like participatory surveillance. We stood in the roads of Kumbh Mela Ujjain, where the walk-ins will come after taking the bath, they will tell whether they are ill or well. So then they will give very simple, I am having fever, I am having eye infection, I am having some dehydration, like that. So this map is a dehydration mapping. You can see the red spots where we can establish the new water points. So it's very simple intervention, but it is most powerful. So this help from GIS is very simple data like ill or well and showing some symptoms. Only 2 questions. We don't ask for name, age, gender, nothing, because what we are going to do is we are going to put in action. So that is what the action center and war room part is. This interesting is population health, newer bus term, emerging thing. It's nothing but no one is left behind. For example, if we are in the room, we are like 25, 30 people here. So how many people are diabetes, how many are not diabetes, what we are going to do for diabetes, what we are going to do for non-diabetes, how we are going to give a care plan for a year, how it is getting coordinated. Everything is there in the first population mapping. That means you put everyone in a family, that is a household, then put them on a street, and street is giving a responsibility for health, for rural development, for revenue, for everyone. So then once it is standardized, it is nothing more. People will start using it. As and when they are asking, we have to add the attributes to the master tables. We have to add more data sets from the field. The second one is like a very interesting part, because it is a border of Puducherry, Tamil Nadu, and multiple 3 districts there. But our interest is only yellow zone. For example, to cater the yellow zone, we want to take care of multiple bordering areas. So then who is going to initiate the dialogue is what the population health speaks, access. If people are going to X facility, if I am responsibility for that people, then I have to speak with the X facility. Then the data has to flow back for me. It's we call form ABC in simple term, but A is what I am getting in my facility, B is what my residence, C is what my residence outside who are getting care outside the jurisdiction area. So this is where we come the resource prioritization. For example, if you calculate for 10,000 population, out of 10,000 population, 5,000 may go to the another area. If you are in the urban area, you will get almost 10x of population than what you are having as a residence. So the second one is much needed as a resource prioritization for health equity and resource prioritization part. The third one is little bit advanced for health, but it is very easy for you to get a understanding. This is a mosquito pool, right? The dengue, when we will identify if someone want to admit in ICU, that needs to be a sizable case, 5 cases or 10 cases. Then we will know like, yes, there is a dengue outbreak happening in an area. Here what we are doing is we are catching the mosquitoes and making it as a pool and testing for dengue presence in the mosquitoes. That means we are almost identifying the disease 28 days ahead of when the dengue outbreak is going to happen. So we call it as like burning firewood stove. So how it is not like putting off for the fire. It's just you let out the firewood, the intensity will go down. So that is what this strategy is. We are not having much of scientific evidence whether this will reflect or not, but in operations, this is having a very valid input for us. And the final one is related to research, right? The first example is of we had a quarry. We don't know what is the sampling size. So how many people are affected in that area for that quarry? So the for GIS, it is points, random points within polygon, right? But for us, that is a very humongous task. So think of creating a sampling frame, house to house, then make it as a random points. But instead of that, we put a random points in a polygon, it will give a sample. This was done by ICMR, our mentors. So that gave us like, okay, now no need for sampling frame. But what we are helping in the research is once we form the GIS based street data set, we have 3 lakh streets. So almost 3+ studies have used that as our sampling frame for their study. So that means if you want to have probability proportional to size or linear systematic sampling, the street-wise population and vulnerable population is available. What you want to do is a simple put a value and go for X number, K number of samples. So that is very easy. That is from the previous example of population health. So for research, it is contributing for sampling as well as sampling frame. So then the newer one is the geographical weighted regression. That's again coming from our pain points. When we went and presented, okay, we did COVID better. It's happened in 2014-15. We did the Chennai flood very fantastically. There is no outbreaks. There is no reported outbreaks. Actually, if you see any bigger disaster, there will be outbreaks. Leptospirosis, cholera, like that. But how we managed was, it is a very street level data. We had 200+ teams. They went into field and did all the cluster verifications like that. But the simple question was, what is the p-value for your cluster? Simply they will ask. Then we have to break our heads and we have to go how to put a p-value for a cluster. And what is cluster first? They have to share a common medium. Then someone will tell 3 numbers is a cluster. Someone will tell 10 meter is a cluster. There is no precedence for it. Then we just went into this geographical weighted regression, and that gave like simple understanding of what is expected versus observed. And we able to put the user SAT-scan is an open source tool. So we did this for population as well as among the cases and controls. That gave us a p-value, and we used in multiple disasters, like we identified hotspots and cold spots. So surprisingly, the cold spots are the people who are not reporting properly, or these areas, the cold spot, are not having access to the system. If someone is not coming to your facility, how we will know that this person is sick or well? It's not possible, right? So that is what the cold spot meaning in the geographical weighted regression. Whenever it is higher p-value, it will be like 0.000001. That means if you put a stone, there is outbreak. So if you put a SAT-scan analysis, there is already a case and it is valid clusters are generated. Then the last one is of we don't have data, then what to do? Somewhere we know we don't have data. So, but we try to extrapolate, but I think GIS gave us interpolation. So that is more valid than extrapolation or giving some just like the linear projections. So we were asked to like compare slope to slope. We were asked to compare like only one characteristics. We are asked to only do for 1 kilometer, 5 kilometers. I think GIS gave us a lot of hotspots and this analysis that helped us in response. And these are the scopes in nutshell. Like if you see, the first one is we laid a pipelines for data. If the data flows through the pipelines, what will happen? Then the major problem we are seeing is dynamicity. Everything is dynamic. Master is dynamic. New streets are formed. New population is coming. Like we had one interesting question. We want to analyze the fever spread in a metro, one of the country. So then we thought how to break a metro line. It is a line, right? We want to put the analysis. Then we are brainstorming everything. And there was a thought came. We convert into points, sir, give a time weighted average. So this is how GIS helped us. A time weighted average for each and every point so that stations are at different time weight. And when we are transporting it got a different time weighted. So when we have multiple department data are flowing, our analysis also will grow into multiple directions. Then antimicrobial resistance, yes, it is having human, animal, aqua, agri, more scopes are there. But what we can able to do is, there is a varying algorithm, there is varying measures for clusters, but we can able to generate using GIS. Then we had certain places like opportunity to establish a sentinel centers where we can able to draw our boundaries, we can standardize the street, we can standardize the population. So that is generally for service delivery and occupational health, more control settings. Pandemic disaster mass gathering want IoT, GIS, lot of sharing of thought, technical knowledge. Clinical governance is simple. So far I told like disease is spreading in one place, right? If the person is getting fever from the same place, will the physician get the knowledge he is coming from XX disease prevalent area? No. So that is what the inverse of it is, the clinical governance. I think here I stop. Thank you for your patience listening. Thanks. Good.
It's a wonderful program, you are managing. And I was wondering, have you developed a kind of a solution for gathering the data and the information for this?
Yes, sir. We started using an ODK, Open Data Kit, for collecting the latitude, longitude.
Yeah.
And we use GPS devices for certain level of boundaries.
Yeah.
But we followed the geo-referencing because the administrative units are already available in the offices. Then for data collection, we use department-wise, we suggest a framework so that they can start collecting the information. But the analysis and dashboard is what we are developing as a dynamic part.
Oh, that's wonderful. Because we at our place are setting up a center for One Health, wherein we are collaborating because we are from agriculture. I believe much of the damage goes from the intensive agriculture. Be it the ecosystem, the environment, the water, air resources are to the human health because of the residual effects of all the agrochemicals and those things. So we have taken a lead into that.
Okay.
And at the same time, DST has sanctioned one Center of Excellence on AMR, antimicrobial resistance, for us just a couple of weeks before only. And that envisages that we need to be very intensive in collection of the data. Be the epidemiological data, be the data from the hospitals, from the kind of the food production centers, which goes into the human chain, and the use of the chemicals, agrochemicals, and everything. So I would say that if to take it, start doing it fresh, if we could see that we could build some kind of a collaboration with your program, if it suits us, because we'll be building that dashboard and then seeing that how do we fetch the data on the parameters which we envisage are very much required for ensuring the One Health, that can help us and guide the governments tomorrow, and help us in policy planning for us.
Yes.
So I don't know how could we just
we can certainly collaborate, sir, because One Health goes
have a
back
cross talk with you, and yeah.
Yes. See, One Health goes back to 2014. We started the project in one of the district.
Yes.
So where we started data collection part, and right now what we are working is the WHONet data, because the antimicrobial resistant want to get shared up to the WHO level or UN agency level. They are having an offline version where we have to manage all the antimicrobial resistant patterns. But the health systems and people want to get shared among our teams. So we are actually working on that. I will brief you and we can collaborate.
Yeah.
That's a newer area, antimicrobial resistance. And it is simple, but adoption is where we want to struggle with the teams, because the lab want to coordinate with the field team. The response want to, as I said, the response for human disease is different for animal and other agriculture side. We want to have the response also get established so that we can have end-to-end sharing of information.
For antimicrobial resistance, the data must, we must fetch the data from the hospitals, from the doctors, from the chemists, and maybe from the individual users. In India, it is that, people are those, they use, consume the antibiotics by their own, without being prescribed by the doctors.
Yes.
So some kind of a mechanism has to be created wherein we are able to just fetch the data from all the layers, and that can be then, assessed and analyzed at the back end.
Definitely, sir. I agree. And currently we are evolving for this participation of individuals. So right now it is active in mental health part. We have to bring it to antimicrobial resistance.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Vidudalai. So next we have Mr. Praveen Kole. We are much honored to have you here, sir. He is the Deputy Secretary to Government of Maharashtra for Water Resources Department, and he is also the Superintendent Engineer for Government of Maharashtra.
Everyone, can you send on WhatsApp? I will take some time. Can you share from WhatsApp? We have time request access. email पे आएगा. आएगा. Yeah. No, it's down. Yeah, so good afternoon. So I am working as a deputy secretary. Okay. So I am going to talk about the application of geospatial technologies in the water resource management, and I will specifically highlight some of the case studies which we adopted for better water management. One window is open here. Yeah. Okay. So my presentation is divided into 4 parts. First, I will discuss about the first case study is about application of geospatial technology in decision support system for better water management. In the second part, I will highlight some of the features of GIS technology for project preparation, specifically water resource project preparation and project planning. In the third part, I will highlight some of the application of GIS technologies for crop mapping. And at the end, I will discuss about the way ahead and conclusion. So I will start with the decision support system for water management. Basically, before going to my topic, I just want to give some of the statistics about the water. All we know that about 70% of earth is covered with water. But out of that, 3% is a fresh water. And out of that 3%, 0.3% is a surface water. Out of that 0.3%, 2% water is available in the rivers. So basically, my department or my organization is working on the surface water and that too water in the river and reservoirs. If I come to the Indian perspective, our India receives 4% water. So whatever water available on the earth, 4% belongs to India. And out of that, 60% is utilizable water because of the various constraints. We cannot utilize entire water, whatever available in our country. And on this 4% water, more than 2.5% land and 17% population is dependent. So you can imagine how there is a stress situation as far as water management is concerned. As far as Maharashtra state is concerned, Maharashtra receives only 4% water. So whatever water is available in India, out of that only 4% is available in Maharashtra. And out of that, we can utilize only 77% because out of 5 river basins, 4 river basins are interstate river basin. So we have to follow Water Dispute Tribunal awards restrictions and their limitations. On this 4% water, about 10% land and 10% population of our country is dependent. So again, you can imagine how situation is stressed. This is one of the interesting number. So Maharashtra has highest number of dams. If you take the number of large dam, more than 42% of the large dam lies in the Maharashtra state. But still, we are facing water issue. So what are the issues and reason behind this water problem? So I will highlight 3 important issues. First issue is, before understanding our issues, we need to understand the basin topography and hydrology of the Maharashtra state. So state is divided into 5 major river basin. Krishna river basin having 13% water. Second most important river basin is the Godavari river basin having 27% water. Third basin is the Tapi basin. Only 4% water is in Tapi basin. Last is Narmada basin. Fourth is the Narmada basin. Only 0.1% water. If we combine water availability in these 4 basins, it is about 45% water, and on this 45%, 92% land is dependent. 92% cultivable land is dependent. So where is remaining 55% water? So remaining water is in west flowing rivers of the Konkan, because most of the rainfall falls on the Sahyadri plateau, and these rivers takes away most of the water, and ultimately this water goes to the sea. So we have to manage 45% water. So there is a special variation of the water availability along the basis. This is a isohydral maps of the Maharashtra state. This map shows that whatever I had explained in the last slide, this is just statistical representation. So this is the Konkan Valley or Sahyadri Valley, and this is a high rainfall zone. Basically, most of the rainfall occurs at this area. Second is this is a low rainfall zone. We call this zone as a drought prone area. So most of the drought prone area lies here. And then there is the eastern side where there is a moderate rainfall. So to understand the temporal and spatial variation, we receive rainfall in the only 4 months. 90% rainfall occurs in these 4 months. In June, about 20% rainfall occurs. In July, about 30%. August, 25%. September, about 15%. So if you combine the rainfall of these 4 months, it is about 90%, and Maharashtra receives more than 1,150 mm of rainfall annually. So our target is to store water available in these 4 months and utilize this water for entire year. So that is one of the challenge. Second challenge is the rainfall is not also even across the state. So in Konkan region, as in the last slide I explained, The rainfall in the Konkan region, average rainfall is about 3000 millimeter. In Vidarbha region, it is 1094 millimeter. Central Marathwada region, where most of the drought prone area is available, rainfall is only 881 millimeter. And mind well, these are average numbers. So if you see some of the district where rainfall is only 400 millimeter, like Satara. Satara has one part which is adjoining the Sahyadri Valley, where rainfall is about 3000 millimeter. There is another Tahsil in the Satara, where rainfall is only 400 millimeter. So if we average the number, averaging gives a very wrong interpretation of the actual phenomena. So because of the spatial and temporal variation, even though there are maximum number of dams are in the Maharashtra, we are facing water management challenges. So how GIS technology is helping WRD, Water Resource Department, and state government at large in order to manage the water and agriculture. So Maharashtra, total geographical area of the Maharashtra is 307 lakh hectare. And we use land use land cover mapping so that we can have proper management of the agricultural land, district management, town planning. So we use LULC mapping for the interstate. So this tool is used by the department for management. As far as agriculture sector is concerned, out of 307 lakh hectare area, 225 lakh hectare area is cultivable area. So for this area, we had adopted several agriculture practices. The precision agricultural techniques are utilized. So in the last case study, I will deliberate on some of the aspect of the geospatial technologies. Third is the surface water. So as far as water resource department is concerned, so it is anticipated that 85 lakh hectare area can be brought under irrigation through surface water, because there is no rainfall across the state as we just discussed. So it is not possible to construct dam at each and every place. So from surface water's perspective, even though we can cultivate 225 lakh hectare land, but from water availability and surface water perspective, we can irrigate only 85 lakh hectare. So for surface water management and for essentially dam management, reservoir management, canal management, we use geospatial technologies, including GIS, remote sensing, drones. Then we have groundwater. From groundwater, Maharashtra has ample groundwater. 41 lakh hectare area is under irrigation through groundwater. So this groundwater mapping is also carried out using the help of remote sensing and GIS techniques, and these maps are prepared, which shows the groundwater potential of the state. Then remaining. Okay, you please do. So about 99 lakh hectare area is rainfed area, for which there is no assured water supply facility. So there is no groundwater, there is no surface water. So this area is supplied, the water is supplied for this area only through rain. So management of this area is very critical, and most of the vulnerable population reside in this area. So as of now, so I just mentioned that about 44% of the cultivable area is being irrigated from the rain-fed irrigation. If we see the irrigation potential created in the state, it is about 51 lakh hectare. The actual irrigation in the state is 42 lakh hectares. So there is a gap of 10 lakh hectare because of the less rainfall, because of the maintenance of irrigation system, because of the urbanization, and because of the sedimentation. Although we had irrigation potential created, we cannot irrigate entire area. So there is a gap between irrigation potential created and gap and potential utilized. Further, we had what are the challenges? So basically there are 3 challenges. First, how we can brought this rain-fed irrigation under the more sustainable irrigation. So that is one of the challenge. And for that, basically we have 3 possibilities. First, improving the water use efficiency of the irrigation sector, because irrigation sector consumes suppose 80% water. If we increase the irrigation efficiency by 20%, we can bring 20% more area under irrigation. So that is one of the strategy. Second, initiate new schemes where water availability is less. We can initiate new schemes like Jaliyukta Shivar. And last option is interbasin water transfer. As I in the one of the slide I mentioned that 55% water is in the Konkan region. We can divert this water from surplus region to the deficit region. So second challenge is the mitigation of the gap between irrigation potential created and actual irrigation. For that, we need to complete our ongoing irrigation projects. So there are about 300 irrigation projects which are under construction stage. If we complete these projects, then our irrigation potential will increase. And last is, even though we had created the irrigation potential, the all area is not coming under irrigation. In order to mitigate that challenge, we need to go for the efficient water management strategy. And we feel that the GIS and geospatial technology are using a lot to the department for improving the irrigation efficiency. So this is the first case study in which I will discuss the DSS for the water management, but in order to save time, I will skip these basic slides because we all know what is the DSS. So in Maharashtra, in the Krishna basin, we had installed decision support system for integrated water resource management. In this DSS, we had installed several automatic rain gauge station and other instrument so that we get the data. So this data is getting transferred through satellite and sensor at a location server which is located at Pune. So this data is downloaded and this data is validated. So there are algorithms to validate this data, whether this data is accurate or if there is error. And then backup is immediately created of the whatever data is obtained, immediately it is saved back. Then we process this data. For processing, we had developed several modules like rainfall module, runoff module, water level module, river level modules. And we also have the integration of this data with the IMD data, Indian Meteorological Department data. So our data is also given to them and their data is also interlinked with our data. And we also have passed about 80 years data. So whatever data is available with us, we had integrated all the data set. We have real-time data, near real-time data, past data, and data from the other sources. And accordingly, we had developed some models, flood forecasting model, drought forecasting model, inundation mapping. Like these models are developed. And for this, again, one of the important component is GIS, Geospatial Technologies. We had created a digital elevation map of the entire state using GIS technologies. And this map is the base for our analysis. Then using this modeling, we are carrying out the simulation and we are forecasting the floods. And this model is in progress. And most of the, in Krishna basin, it is developed. For other basin, it is on the development stage. So once we get a forecasting, we disseminate the result to the public so that they can take a precautionary action. So this is a screenshot how DSS operates in the Maharashtra. These are the number of instruments installed in the Krishna basin. And we get the rainfall data at every 15 minutes interval and river water level, dam water level data at every 1 hour interval. This data we are receiving since last 10 years. So this project was initiated in 2010 and it was completed in 2014 and now it is in upgrade phase and expansion phase. Second case study is about project planning. So in Pune, we supply water for the irrigation as well as for drinking purpose through these 4 dams. First is the Temgar Dam, second is Panchet Dam, third is Warasgaon Dam, and last is Khadakwasla Dam. So Khadakwasla Dam is a terminal dam where all the water is collected from the higher dams, and again from Khadakwasla Dam water is distributed for agriculture and for drinking water. So Khadakwasla Dam was constructed in 1878 and it was reconstructed in 1961 after Panchayat flood. And Khadakwasla Dam has one of the longest canal in Maharashtra. Its length is about 202 kilometers. So water is supplied for irrigation, agriculture, domestic purpose and industrial use through this canal. And initial 35 kilometers of this canal passes through city, Pune city. And because of, so this is one of the digital elevation model created using drone image of the canal passing through Pune city. So what we observed, there is about water loss, about 2.2 TMC of water loss happening during this 35 kilometer stretch. And second issue is encroachment and water pollution, because canal is passing through the urban area, water gets polluted, and that's why we decided to construct a tunnel so that we can bypass this canal. So this is a existing Khadakwasla, this is the Khadakwasla Dam, and this is an existing Nira Mutha right bank canal, and it is 35 kilometers of that canal is passing through the city. So we are planning a tunnel which will bypass this existing canal. It will uptake from the Khadakwasla Dam and it will join this existing canal at Fursungi. So remaining canal will be operational. The initial 35 kilometer part will be dismantled and that land will be brought under various development activities for the PMC. So we had carried out geographical survey and topographical survey of this proposed tunnel, and various alternatives were studied, and accordingly alignment has been finalized, because this tunnel is passing through the urban developed area. So fixing the alignment of a tunnel itself was a busy task. Fortunately, the overburden was of the magnitude of 60 meter to 120 meter, so there was not a issue, and there was a black basalt. So the structure for structural safety point of view also there was not an issue. So topographical survey was carried out through drone. DM digital elevation model is prepared. Land parcel mapping is also done, because we need to acquire some land for construction of shafts and construction activities. Even we identified the encroachment in the existing canal area. Then we carried out geophysical methods like seismic reflection method and electric resistivity method in order to assess the strength of the rock beneath the tunnel and land. And so in a nutshell, we had used geospatial technologies for project planning and project preparation. So in the last case study, I will discuss how crop mapping, we use the drone survey technique for crop mapping in the Maharashtra. So what is the need of crop mapping? So water, basically we supply water from a dam to farmer through canal and pipe networks. And this supplied water is charged to the farmer. So we supply water to farmer and farmer pays revenue to us. So this revenue charging mechanism has two components. First, if we supply water to the water user association, which is the association of farmers, then our water charges are volumetric basis. Means we count how many liters of water is given during the rotation period, and accordingly water bill is generated. But what if water is supplied to the individual farmer? It is not possible to construct a water measurement device and monitor that. But at every instance, every outlet, we cannot install and monitor. So if there is an area and crop, so based on the type of crop grown by the farmer and area under that crop, we had a water charging mechanism. So this is a sample of water charging mechanism. So if farmer grows a kharif crop, he has to pay rupees 415 per hectare. If he grows rabi crop, then water charges are 750 rupees. But if he grows perennial crop, then water charges are 4,710. So from this number, you can realize that if there is a misclassification of the crops, then government loses the revenue. In order to save that, we had carried out the exercise of crop mapping using drone. So basically, we had carried out three activities. Initially, since British era, crop mapping was done by human-centric approach, but this approach has several disadvantages as mentioned. Then we also tried the satellite-based mapping activity, but it also has a resolution and other issues. The drone mapping is very fast, it is advanced, and it produces very good results. So I will show directly. I will jump to the result. So we had carried out the survey of about 17,000 hectare area. We had created the ortho mosaic for entire village we superimpose the cadastral map over the orthomosaic and we identified the type of crop. So these are some of the drone images we can see. Even this drone mapping also helped us to notice the unauthorized water use. So it is intended that water is supplied to the farm through canals, but some farmer had taken constructed pipeline from the canal and taken the water to the well. So drone is held for surveillance purpose as well. So this
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Praveen. So what we'll do is we are running a bit behind the schedule. So we will request IC first to shift the session in the afternoon. We'll quickly break for lunch. It is arranged at Padma Vihar Guest House. And if possible, try to make it by 1:45. I know it is difficult because we have one important program at 3 o'clock. So we should catch it on time. So please have your lunch and try to make sure that you're back by 1:45. Thank you. Session will be at 1:45. Good afternoon, Professor Tiwari. Are you online? So can you hear us? Can you please speak now? Already. Can you speak now?
Yeah, now it is. Now, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Am I audible now?
Yes. Can you hear
All
us?
right, thank
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to this National Faculty Development Program on Opportunities in Geospatial Technologies. So the first lot in the afternoon session, we are very happy to have Dr. Colonel K.C. Tiwari, sir, along with us. He is currently heading the Civil Engineering Department of Delhi Technological University. He is also the head of the Multidisciplinary Center for Geoinformatics. And in fact, a point to be noted is because of his efforts, geoinformatics subject has been added through from starting from this year's GATE examination. So we are happy to have Colonel Tiwari with us. So thanks for joining us, sir. The session is over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Professor Qasim, and thank you, FOSSE IIT Bombay, for giving me an opportunity to talk on a very important subject, that is National Geospatial Policy, and overview. I hope I am audible to all. Professor Qasim, am I audible? Am I audible?
Hello, yes, sir. You are audible. Please continue.
Right, thank you. Well, so let me come to the first slide. I would cover this subject in 5 different categories, keeping the time in view. First is the importance, the background, then something about what is UNGGIM and IGIF and how it plays a role in the formation of national geospatial policy. And then little bit of academics and research and how they relate itself to the national geospatial policy, and then what are the challenges. First, the importance. Well, I need not elaborate on what the geospatial data and the information means. Geospatial data oblique information, it is basically the structure and the character of the spatial information, its classification, quantification, portrayal, dissemination, and everything. It also includes the infrastructure which is necessary for its utilization. And geospatial information is considered to be a critical component in the national infrastructure and knowledge economy. All the countries and all the sectors need geospatial information for sustainable development in some form or the other. Uh, this geospatial science and technologies, now sometimes many people, they restrict themselves and they use the term remote sensing and GIS. Sometimes they use the term geoinformatics. The complete subject would probably embrace all the sciences which come along with it and also all the technologies. And it's a multidisciplinary subject. It intersects all the disciplines of arts, science, and technologies. In fact, this is probably only one subject, where you will find that, the subject touches almost all streams, arts, science, and technologies. The geospatial science and technologies are a continuum, are a multidisciplinary continuum with geospatial data at its core. And now with the Solar L1 mission, the Chandrayaan mission, and the various space related missions, now they launch this particular subject into the arena of space as well. So it is not only limited to the geo, that is Earth, it goes beyond into the space. Now, as far as the importance is concerned, now this is a subject which has been which has been grabbing the attention of the government, and the government basically wants to become a global geospatial leader. This requirement or this understanding comes from the fact that India's geospatial economy is expected to cross rupees 63,000 crore by 2025, and the current growth rate is around 12.8%, and it is expected that this sector will provide jobs to around 10 lakh people. A little bit of the background. Now, in 21, initially the Ministry of Science and Technology they issued guidelines for acquiring geospatial data and geospatial data services, including the maps. Now, that was one of the requirements of both the government and the industry, which were working in different application areas. From there on, then the guidelines or the National Geospatial Policy, people started working on it, and this is where today we are. We have a host of different government agencies. There are a large number of agencies which work in this particular field. If you look at the civil geospatial agencies, you have the Survey of India, you have NATMO, you have NGP or NRDMS, NSDI, then the Department of Space, and host of other government organizations. Similarly, if you look at the defense and the security agencies, starting with the Military Survey, Director of Signal Intelligence, DIPAC, that is the Defense Image Processing and Analysis, and there are a large number of organizations, defense organizations from IB to RAW, NTRO, and so many others. Similarly, there are a large number of national remote sensing centers, and there are many. I have listed only probably 50% of them. The large number of government agencies which are using this data. And as far as the Indian capability is concerned, I need not elaborate on that. We all know that we have a very high level of satellite launch capabilities. We have performed or successfully landed on the moon, and we are now also planning to have a manned mission. Our capability in the GNSS field, NAVIC, is working, and it is getting improved day by day. Our geodetic capabilities have also increased tremendously. This National Geospatial Policy, while we talk about it, we also need to relate to the fact that there is something which is happening at the level of the UN. UN GGIM is a committee of experts which is working towards ensuring that geospatial information or the geospatial data, its management, its use across all the nations gets standardized. And to do so, they have come up with a geospatial information framework, which is known as IGIF. And this IGIF framework has been developed by UN, and our country also happens to be one of the participants in not only the development of this, but also in developing this sector based on this IGIF. I won't get into the details of that. It primarily consists of three pillars, which are known as governance, technology, and pillar, and then each of them are further divided into three anchors, and there are a total of 9 anchors, which define how you should define the geospatial framework in your country. And the national geospatial policy actually is a product or an outcome of this framework. uh, Second important thing which I must inform all the viewers is that this national geospatial policy is not a standalone policy. It is there along with many other policies which are in this field. Some of them are listed here. Uh, you know, Whether it is related to drone, whether it is related to some policy regarding the utilization of the assets which the ISRO has, or any other policy. All these policies put together aid and supplement the national geospatial policy. One more important thing as far as the background is concerned, I have already mentioned that the geospatial economy is expected to rise to 63,000 crore. Now, please also consider the fact that India aspires to be a $5 trillion economy, and in its vision to become $5 trillion economy, government has launched a large number of schemes. On the right side of this view file, you might see some of the programs that the government has already launched. And if you try to understand the planning aspects of any of these programs, you will find that the geospatial information or the geospatial data which I talked about earlier is a critical component in planning of each of these and in the success of each of these programs. This view file shows the how they have estimated that the geospatial economy is likely to grow up to 63,000 crores by 25. Again, I won't go into the details of that. This is all available if you search Google or the geospatial economy details. You will get all these details. One more important thing that I must share with all the viewers is that there are distinct sectors which are utilizing the geospatial information or the geospatial data more than other sectors. Are these The defense and intelligence happens to be one of the core sector which makes use of this geospatial data to a very large extent. Then the urban development, the land administration, agriculture and forestry, disaster management, utilities, BFSI, water resources, and then many other national geospatial organizations, they make use of this data. Two more important things to note, that in the geospatial sector, the technologies which are the leading technologies, they are the GNSS and the positioning, the geospatial data analytics, the Earth observation and the remote sensing, and the 3D scanning. Again, the technology drivers behind these four technologies which I mentioned. Here is a view file which describes the cloud computing, how it associates with GNSS and positioning, or the data analytics, or the Earth observation, or the 3D scanning. So you can see that the cloud computing probably is occupying almost half full of the circle, which means that GNSS positioning is highly dependent upon the cloud computing. Similarly, big data analytics happens to be one of the very high component in the GNSS and positioning, and so on. Again, this is the information which has been taken from various geospatial economy magazines and the Government of India reports. Now, let me come to the National Geospatial Policy per se. The policy lays down a very ambitious vision. In summary, there are 4 points to note: that it aims to develop a coherent national geospatial framework for the country. Second, to develop geospatial infrastructure, to develop geospatial skill and knowledge standards and geospatial businesses, and to promote innovation and strengthen the national and the subnational arrangements for generation and management of geospatial information. The vision vision as laid out in the policy is that it aims to make India a world leader in geospatial space, and develop the ecosystem for innovation, to develop a coherent national framework in the country and leverage it to move towards a digital economy and to improve services to citizens. Then third, to develop geospatial infrastructures, geospatial skill and knowledge standards, geospatial in businesses. And fourth, to promote innovation and strengthen the national and the subnational arrangements for generation and management of the information. Now, the institutional framework, the policy lays down an institutional framework which has at the apex a body called Geospatial Data Promotion and the Development Committee. This committee has already been constituted under the Ministry of Science and Technology, and this committee is supposed to, to monitor development of the geospatial data framework in the country as defined in the policy. They have set very ambitious targets by the year 2025. They wish to put in place an enabling policy and the legal framework. Much of work has already been done in this area, although there are certain policies which are yet to come. Then again, another milestone that they wish to achieve by year 2030 is that, high resolution topographical survey mapping, that is 5 to 10 centimeter for urban and the rural areas, and 50 centimeter to 100 centimeter for the forest and the wasteland. Now, this is where the progress may not be up to the mark, but the government is currently working hard so that this data can be developed and made use for the public use. By year 2035, again, it is aimed that they will be able to publicly share high resolution accuracy bathymetric geospatial data for inland waters and sea surface, a topography of shallow, oblique, deep seas, etc. National digital twin is one of the major objectives of the government. The government plans that the digital twin, which is a virtual replica of the physical asset that exists on the ground, that is developed and made available to everyone. The national digital twin would also be an ecosystem of smart, dynamic, connected digital twins enabled by secure and interoperable data sharing to facilitate better decision making. It is expected that this framework, once it is developed, it will greatly aid the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, which you all may be aware that the UN has set certain SDGs, and every country, including India, is working towards achieving them. Then the policy also advocates that there should be a vibrant and a successful startup ecosystem in the country, and the policy aims to work towards that. And at the core of it all lies the fact that geospatial data plays a very vital role in wide spectrum of frequencies for critical data management applications such as military operations, disaster and emergency management, environmental monitoring, land and city planning, and etc. A little bit of what is there here for the academics and research. Although much of the policy, doesn't highlight many of the aspects that we would probably like to, as academics and researchers, we would like to hear from the policy or in the policy. But overall, the DST has laid down that the vision for development of geospatial science and technology would follow this path, which is shown here in the middle in the arrow. It aims to develop geospatial science. It aims to develop geospatial technology. and both combined should result in addressing several of the societal problems, provide solutions, and then simultaneously also develop an enterprise that is a startup. So there is a continuum which must start with geospatial science, follow up with technology, then develop solutions, and then develop the enterprise. This is very important, and this is what whenever I get a chance to speak to people of or the esteemed guests who are present here, whenever I get a chance to speak to all of them, I keep requesting them, and I again appeal to all of them that this is the academic vision of the Government of India, of the Ministry of Science and Technology, and let us all try to develop geospatial science, geospatial technology, and then leading it to development of startups in this particular field. Science and technology, as you know, that science explores new knowledge methodologically through observation, and it is always useful. It stresses on discoveries, and it is used to make predictions. While technology is the application of scientific knowledge for various purposes, when you relate this to the geospatial science and geospatial technologies, now geospatial sciences include all the sciences that study various phenomena on, inside, and above Earth's surface, keeping the locational information at its core. What has generally been observed that most of the courses in geospatial sciences and technologies, they have been built around either a part of technology or part of the science. There needs to be more of focus on geospatial science as well as on the geospatial technologies. For example, today we have lots of data from Chandrayaan, and we would soon be getting lots of data from the Aditya L1 mission, and maybe the subsequent Mars mission and other missions. Now, there is a need to develop science to the level wherein more and more people are able to participate in understanding and investigation and in the exploration of the data that we generate. Lastly, I have maybe another 2-3 minutes. So let me quickly summarize, the challenges and the way forward. Firstly, the data that we talk about and the data that we intend sharing amongst, amongst everyone. The geospatial data is actually very complex, and its distribution and sharing has not been understood much. The intricacies when when the data derived from different sources is shared publicly, it is not very well understood. It is to be observed in the coming years as to how this is used. There is a major security concerns from the defense side that the data which is made publicly available may fall into wrong hands, and they may be misused. Even otherwise, there are always chances of the data being misused, or there can be cases of privacy violations. I would like to highlight or focus on the challenges which exist in the field of academics and research. First is promotion of geospatial sciences and technologies across the country. The first problem which I always felt is that this subject of education happens to be in the concurrent list, and so that is where the central government also can make rules on it, the state government also can make rules on it, and there are certain states which have been able to promote this particular field in a very large extent, and you may be surprised that Jammu and Kashmir happens to be one of the states which takes a lot of interest in in promoting this particular field, while many other states, the central India and even the southern states are doing pretty well, but the central states and many of the northern states, they have not probably been taking keen interest in this particular field. There appears to be a lack of coordination between the central government, central government agencies and the various state government agencies which deal with the subject and which can probably help in promotion of this particular subject. The second challenge from the academic and the research point of view is that there is a lack of geospatial cadres in the government and the industry. For example, if you go to any IIT or any institution, you will find that they have recruitment for the post of assistant professor in civil engineering, assistant professor in this and that. But there is no assistant professor's vacancy for somebody who's qualified in geospatial science or geospatial technology. Similarly, in other areas, for example, in PWD and other places, where I think this is the right time that we should introduce geospatial cadres, because almost every department needs this subject and needs persons who are qualified on this subject. So there is a need to develop the geospatial cadres both in the government and the industry. The third challenge is lack of standardization in the nomenclatures. There are a large number of courses. I recently carried out a survey and I found there are as many as 160 different institutions in the country which are offering PG courses. When I looked at the nomenclatures of the courses that they have been offering, there is a wide variety. If 160 institutions, then you can say almost about 30 to 40 different nomenclatures. As a result, what happens is that the industry or the government who actually want to take these qualified students, they are often at a wit's end to decide as to what is the capability with which this qualified person would come. So probably we need to, standardize certain nomenclatures, courses, the specific program outcomes, and also make both the government and the industry aware of, what they can expect from such qualified persons. One more area where, where we need to work from the academics and the research point of view, there are a large number of private agencies. Neither in the government nor in the private, there is no regulatory accreditation body. And as a result, uh, there is a variety of difference, or there is a huge difference in in the in the subject, the curriculum, and the skills that we are able to nurture amongst those who are passing out with these degrees. And last but not the least, most important, we have again carried out a survey and we found that geospatial technology subject has been introduced in the schools, particularly in the CBSE and many states. There are a large number, like I mentioned, there are almost about 160 different institutions offering PG courses and PhD courses in geospatial sciences and technologies. The missing link is the UG courses. I could find in my in the survey that I'm talking about, which I carried about exactly 2 weeks back. In that, I found there are only 2 institutions which are offering BTech in geoinformatics. There are no courses in BSc in geospatial science or anything related to this. As a result, the students who are studying this subject in schools, they find, or they are not willing to take up this subject in these schools, because they find that after studying that subject, they won't get admission, or that it won't help them in admission anywhere. Now, this is the challenge which I find we need to bridge from the academics and the research point of view. In summary, I would say that this national policy, geospatial policy, which the government has brought about, is a very welcome step, but we probably need to go much beyond. Thank you all for giving me this information. I would be happy in case there are any questions, I can answer that.
Audible? Thank you, Professor. Just because of time, we are cutting short. We'll keep the questions on the chat box. I have a pleasure to introduce the ICFOS team that have come all the way from Kerala. So on behalf of ICFOS, Mr. Yeah. So on behalf of ICFOS, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Srinivasan. They will talk about the open source systems that we are working together. Thank you.
This screen, right? Oh, I need to mirror it.
Yeah, mirror it, yeah.
Mirror way, na?
Um,
Okay, it should work now. Okay, it's working. Thank you. Good on? Yeah. Good afternoon, all. I think. Is it echoing? No, that's fine. Thank you. Thanks to Atani. Stop sharing. Yeah? I will stop sharing. Mute है हाँ.
लैपटॉप का ऑडियो
लैपटॉप का ऑडियो हाँ that is also. Now we'll start sharing. No? Yeah. Is it audible now? Again sharing. It should go, right? Working? No, I think it's.
Your side here. The 2 places you have to.
Yeah. It's okay now? No.
No, you turn this off and put mute. Yeah, now you're fine.
Hello? Yeah, that's fine. Sorry about that. So, sharing? It's there. Okay.
Here, click this.
Yeah.
Okay.
All okay now? All right, thank you. So I represent International Center for Free and Open Source Software. Our director, Dr. Sunil, also is here. In the few minutes, I would like to give you an insight about the works which we do on open hardware, IoT, and geospatial initiatives. Okay. About our organization, this is an autonomous institution by the government of Kerala, established in 2010, and is basically for promoting democratic access to information and knowledge through free and open source software and hardware. So in this, by the way of complete ecosystem promotion, what we do is we take care of the capacity building, we do applied research, and we do incubation. So the total ecosystem is promoted. So at present, the main focus areas which we are working on are language computing, open hardware, assistive technology, and fast business solutions. Under fast business solution, GIS is one such business solution. Okay. So I will just give a brief about all these activities because these are quite important. In the geospatial policy, it was clearly mentioned that IoT forms an integral part of the geospatial one. So in open hardware, we work on open IoT and open drone. So the things which we work on are a LoRaWAN ecosystem. See, whenever we want to implement an IoT ecosystem, we need to have the complete one, including the communication, hardware, and everything like that. So we now, you make use of one of the best open standards, which is the LoRaWAN ecosystem. We have a complete LoRaWAN ecosystem working on open source software and hardware. And edge development boards. See, whenever you have to have a rain gauge or a humidity sensor, we have to have the control systems there. So we have our own edge development boards. We work on technologies like energy harvesting, edge analytics, mesh networks. Now, how do we establish a RF network within a forest area?
So we need to have mesh networks. So, or how do you establish a LoRaWAN network inside the ocean? So we need to have mesh networks. So we work on that. So, and we also work on satellite-based IoT. On the Open Drone side, we are into a committed development of coming out with a 100% open source drone by 2025. We are 60% on that, but the commitment goes, we are working on each one of the technologies. We work on swarm drones along with the Spin Lab of IIT Kanpur. Delivery drones, we have developed delivery drones which are in the beta stage. We are almost on to the point of delivering one. Payload customization. Our payloads include communication modules and other modules. Disaster mitigation areas is one of the applications which we work, and vertical takeoff drones is the other area. I'm going it a little bit fast, I know, but we can discuss about the things later on if anyone requires clarifications. So on Open IoT projects, we work on a LoRaWAN Kerala because a LoRaWAN network across Kerala is planned. We have done the proof of concept within all 14 districts, and it is possible to deploy or make entire stretch of Kerala IoT enabled within a month. That is the type of technology commitment which we have come up with. And we have gone for IoT enabled panchayat. Katakada is the name of one of the panchayats there. So we have gone for entire IoT enabling of a panchayat. So you can easily deploy thousands of sensors now. And we have worked on some NGOs in Odisha, where we have put up automatic weather stations within the deeper panchayats of Odisha. Microclimate monitoring is one of the key areas where we work on using all these technologies. Smart air quality monitoring, smart water management, smart agriculture, and industrial IoT. So these are some of the solutions which we work on. On the right side is an aquaponic system, typical for a smart, smart agriculture inside a smart city or a smart village. This one, the one you see is an AWS deployed in Odisha, and you have the screenshots of all the data coming in. If time permits, I will show you some of the data, live data. This is the deployment of gateways and other things in Kerala. We have around 37 IoT gateways and somewhere around 50 sensors being deployed as proof of concept in different regions. And then coming to GIS, where I mentioned about the GIS being considered as a fast business solution, we have applied research on using many of the open source solutions. You can see that Rainy Motion is one solution, FreeWAT is one, photogrammetry, OpenSDI, GIS enabled panchayat and things like that. QGIS is one of the top solutions which we make use of. And some of the projects which we have done the Mapathon Kerala for Kerala State IT Mission, mapping of canal system within Thrissur coal fields. That's a waterlogged area. So we have mapped that using drones to be very specific. Map My Office is an ODK kit application. Well, somebody mentioned, a doctor mentioned that. It's an ODK kit application where any office can map their locations easily. It is being used by different organizations. Stream mapping for Harida Kerala mission, Kerala Geoportal. You have been talking about different GIS tools. We make use of GeoNode and GeoServer to operate the Geoportal for the state. So it's a complete open source solution. Viewshed analysis for LoRaWAN gateways. Well, how do we deploy gateways across a region? We need to actually do the RF planning and things like that. So we make use of QGIS also for that. Site suitability analysis. Coming back to this, please note those URLs, openiot.in. You can visit that website anytime. All the projects which we do, all the code, everything will be available in that site. Visualize.openiot.in is the site where you get the data coming in, and other things are all project sites. Similarly, for OpenSDI, we have things like that. OpenSDI.kerala.gov.in is the Kerala State Geoportal, completely running out of open source, to be precise. And there are different projects. Now I will take you through some specific GIS activities. Okay. So this is the stream mapping which I mentioned for Government of Kerala. So what we done is, see, typically Kerala is a place on the eastern side we have the mountains, on the central portion we have the forest, and then the water flows down to the western side. This is typical about Kerala. So there are a lot of streams, and the data around about the streams were missing. So we have worked along with the IT mission and Kerala State Harida mission to identify the streams. This is a social engineering type of project where the people sitting in the office do all the mapping related to the satellite, and then the data will be sent to the field verification happens, it comes back to office, and then the complete thing is finalized. So this is one project. See, this is another GIS based project. This is for, see, we have got citizen-centric areas where people can access this, go to this office and do the citizen-centric activities. Those are called Akshaya centers. I'm not able to. So these Akshaya centers, how do we analyze the local data coming from them? How do you identify which is the best place to start the new Akshaya center? So a GIS analysis has been done, and that is being completely using GIS and other activities. Sorry. This is a drone mapping project. The drone mapping done for multi-crop analysis. Somebody was mentioning in the policy or the thing. So this is done, and a 3D map is evolved out of that. So you can use QGIS plugins and other things for this. See, this is the drone mapping scenario, how we plan the drone mapping, how we analyze it, and how do we create the 3D model out of that. This is actually the temperature, humidity data, live monitoring, and is done because I need to run it in the background, then only you will get the data. So it the intensity of humidity varies across a panchayat. How the intensity varies across a panchayat, intensity of temperature and humidity. So now I will quickly take you through some of the live data. Yeah. See, this is the live data coming from across 14 districts in Kerala. Temperature, humidity, rainfall, and UV, ultraviolet radiation. You can see that. And this is available public. You can go into the detail. You can select, see, the range of time, 24 hours, what is happening. And you can even inspect the data. Sorry, 1 second. Let me. See, you can inspect the data in time and you can download it. So this is done with an open source software called Grafana. So our entire stack, everything is on open source. So this here you can see that the UV is varying. There is a heavy rain, 17.2 millimeter in Munnar. Munnar, the place may be familiar to you in Kerala. So like that, you can go to any district, do the analysis. Sorry, I will take the questions later on if you have any. Now let me take you through. This is the IoT enabled Panchayat. Sorry about the Malayalam script there. It was inaugurated by our Honorable CM. No, for others to understand. Yeah. So this is regarding IoT enabling of a panchayat. Okay. So the entire area shown is a legislative assembly area. Out of that, the green portion is one panchayat. So this is the panchayat we have IoT enabled, and we have deployed multiple type of sensors, different use cases. For example, the top one here is agriculture. Okay. The data from that, the NPK sensors and humidity, soil moisture, and all the data, these are again live data coming from there. It's from a farm in Katakada. 15 minutes, we collect the data from 15. No, this is a typical proof of concept. You can deploy it 100 number of such sensors. any number of sensors. Each gateway of a LoRaWAN network can handle thousands of sensors. Yeah, and the most important thing is it is unlicensed spectrum. So you can deploy it. See, our team can deploy a LoRaWAN network in any location within 2 hours. So that is the type of deployment possibilities. Yeah, it is something like this. From the sensor, it flows to the gateway. From the gateway, it goes into the internet or intranet, comes to your cloud servers, and all the cloud servers you will manage separately. So that is the process system. So like that, I have, this is agriculture, sorry. Yeah, this is the air quality monitoring at a Smart Panchayat. Luckily, I think English is there, yeah. So this again shows the carbon dioxide monitoring. This is basically undertaken with a Bosch chip, BME 688, which can actually be configured to detect many types of gases. You can train it to detect many types of gases. So this is a typical proof of concept for, and this we have modeled it such a way that we are now using it on a drone for air quality monitoring of the city. Second, we have gone for an energy harvesting module, which we can put it on top of a bus, and when the bus moves across the city, you collect the data. Okay, all these things are possible because the technology used is low power, long range. Yeah, yeah, this is the website as I mentioned, openiot.in. You go into all the details, see how do you build an automatic weather station. You go into this, you get the details, you got the GitLab there, and their code is available. I think time is up. And this, I think I can show this one also. This is again a live site, which I mentioned, Katakada. When you hover it over a particular region, that is a place where you have the AWS, you have the data, and you can go finally into the data also. It's a live. So this is how what we call as the integration of IoT open hardware into geospatial technology. See, for us, what we believe is anything IoT is actually geospatial, because IoT means you plug it in somewhere, catch the data in the sensors, then it is from a location. You cannot call it otherwise. Okay. Yeah, this is actually the data live coming from an underground tank. Water gets filled in, water comes through the city supply, and you have got the temperature and humidity data. You can understand why there are dips in between. That is when the water is pumped out. Otherwise, water is coming in. This again is using pressure sensors. Yeah, I think that's it. Sorry if I took a bit long time, but I just wanted to showcase the type of technologies where people can simply use open source, both the software and hardware side, to implement IoT solutions and make use of the geospatial data in a very meaningful way. Thank you. Thank you for your patience here.
So I have been associated with ICFOS for many years. And
he is a member of our advisory board.
Yeah, recently visited ICFOS. I encourage all of you to visit. They have, if you see this on a big panel over there, it's very, very impressive. Very, very impressive. I mean, it's a fantastic thing. I believe that ICFOS, Kerala is always a trendsetter. So I think ICFOS is one of them. And I think we should take their help. I'm happy that they are working with us on this GIS effort. So really happy.
Thank you, sir. It's a teamwork. I think my team members are watching. Thank you so much. Can I take this up? Thank you for your support.
Thank you from the ICFOS team. It was very inspiring to see your work. Now we have come to the last part. It's a pleasure to invite our chief guest, Professor Nasir Ahmed, the VC of the Kashmir University of Agriculture. He will share his experience and what he thought about the whole sessions. Please, sir, your floor is yours.
Batki?
Yes, you can
Batki? Okay. Let me begin by saying thank you, IIT Bombay, having me here in this very important session to share this session whole day. It was wonderful listening to those beautiful presentations from the experts. Professor Kannan gave one first presentation, a beautiful presentation, then Professor Menon, Chinnaswamy, and all of those beautiful presentations. As I am from agriculture, little bit different from the people who come from pure technological background, the engineering background. Let me introduce myself first. So if I say I am Nazir Ahmed, then it may not make much of a case, but then the institute to which I belong and I represent, it would be better that if I introduce my university. It is an agriculture university. We call it the Sher-e Kashmir University of Agricultural Sciences and Technology. So we don't say only sciences, we say sciences and technology. Established way back in 1984. Then after that, we passed through some difficult times in Jammu and Kashmir, all of you know. But today, there are some 74 agriculture universities in the country, and of the 74, we are the 4th best state agriculture university in the country. And that is why the standards of the Ministry of Education and IRF ranking last year, what had happened. And incidentally, or maybe through some efforts, we are the first in innovations among all the agriculture universities. So there is an innovation band of 1 to 10. Majority of the IITs would fall into that band of 1 to 10. But there is another band from 11 to 50. We fall in that 11 to 50 band. And we are the only university in that band. And how it is happening? In the last 4 years, we have earned some 25 patents for the university. And during the same period of time, we have some 30 startups of the students. It was basically with the mission of ours to see that we bring some kind of a change in the student mindset. That was fundamental to us when we were trying to redefine the agricultural education and research in our university. And how did we do it? It's because when I took the charge of the university, I was trying to redefine the vision, the mission, and the mandate of the university. Because those which were set before were way back in 1982. Since then, a lot of water had flown. So we said that there is a time. So we thought of aligning the vision and the mission of the university with the national goals and priorities. That is what was the guiding principle for us. And we said that first of all, we must set a slogan for the university as to actually what do we stand for, because that will give some kind of a picture to the general audience. We say that our university stands for the quality of life of our people. And to many people, they couldn't understand it. What do we mean by quality of life? So we said that if at all we want to just move from that, we are in the transition phase from a developing to a developed nation. And that is a very difficult part of the transition, moving to a developed nation. We have progressed tremendously well since 1947 in all the sectors. We were a food deficit country, we were a food surplus country. We were a country with a literacy rate of maybe 7-8% in 1947, but today we are more than 70-80%. Our life expectancy was around 27 years in the year 1947. Today, our life expectancy is around 76 years in India. So we have, captured the space, the oceans. So all areas we have captured. So we are today proudly, a smart nation. Could be, technologically advanced nation, but then to become a developed nation, means that we have to also simultaneously fulfill those social development goals. There are some social development indices which we have, but then unfortunately, our country is lagging on those social indices. So that's why I said that our university stands for quality of life. It means improving our rankings on those social development indices. And then we set a mission vision for us that we need to be what we call as an innovation-driven university. But then the mission, what's very important for us, that made it very clear to my students, to my faculty, and to my government, is that we thought that we must take agriculture to the next level, that it has to be a knowledge-based and technology-driven agri-economy. And we are aiming at making Jammu and Kashmir model bioeconomy state of the country. Why I'm saying so, model bioeconomy state of the country? We, in that part of the country, we don't have too much of a scope going for industrialization, because we are very, very fragile. Our environment, climate is fragile. We are, at the cul-de-sac kind of a place, so we can't just move the raw material from here and then process it and then sell the finished products, and then we don't also want to damage the environment. So that's how I'm saying that how do we stand in our university. As I have said that agriculture has played a tremendous role in growth of the country. Agriculture brought India out of that hunger and then poverty in 1947, which all of us know. We are today the #1 in the milk and the pulses and the jute, and almost #2 almost in all the crops. But the potential we have in agriculture, we have not been able to harvest it. It is less than the total potential which we have in the country. 90% of the potential is still not yet harnessed. And India is a blessed nation. We have tremendous amount of the diversity of the agroclimatic zones around the nation, and then the diversity of the crops and the climates. And why? Because our productivity is still too low. I will just quote some few figures only. If you talk about the citrus fruits we produce in India, our productivity is just 10 tons per hectare. If you go to the other parts of the world, it's more than 300 tons per hectare. We produce tomatoes at 50 tons per hectare, and they produce at 300 tons per hectare. We process around 17-20% of what we produce. They process more than 80%. So that means that how many number of the jobs they are adding and the value added. Our resources efficiency is too low in Indian agricultural system. It is less than 30%. 70% of what we put in agriculture, the input that goes waste, could be the labor. We put the most expensive energy, that is the human energy, into it. And the water, the fertilizers, the chemicals, almost 70% of what we put in agriculture that goes waste, and that pollutes our underground water tables. So the water use efficiency in India is still maybe less than 30%, and water recycling is almost non-existent. So why I'm just saying so? If we want to just take agriculture to the next level, we have to come up with this technology, and the technologies are the digital agriculture, data-driven decisions. And we were talking about those geospatial technologies. That is one era, which can fetch us the data. So we were just doing agriculture, hypothetically. By guesswork was our agriculture happening in the country. Now is the time that we make our data-driven decisions, information-based decisions, and geospatial is one. And because we understand that we are passing through this age of digital age, so we have to build the capacities. And then the evolving technologies, artificial intelligence, machine learning. We were talking about the IoT and the automation. So that has to be there. Drones and the robotics has to be there. So we as a nation have to be very, very proactive now today, because the advanced nations have advanced too much, so much that they can take that colonization in a different level. Earlier, they would colonize the world, but they had to go physically to those nations to colonize them. But then the technology should not colonize us. So therefore, it was my honor to be here, and then being at this prestigious institution. And we as a university look to collaborate with this institution and with many other organizations. I was speaking to the fellows here. I thank you very much for having me here. And there's another session in parallel going to happen now. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for having me here. Thank you.